I said, are we live? Are we live in his air? Are we live in his air? Well, if we live, then let's get it. Election Day 2020. Let's get it.
Yo, coming at you with a remix. I know this is something you can get with because we all want cash. We all want to be walking. Here comes my intro. Yo, when it comes to women, I'm selfish. I don't want to share. I want to be rich so I can own an arrow. Most brothers can't satisfy one. Shucks, give me 5 and I'll make them all come. Shoot, give me 6 or 7 and I'll be in heaven. But ain't nobody in the world wants to give me nothing. To get something, you have to earn it or take it. The ends justify the means, so take it any way you can get it. Don't sweat how, just get it. I want to die and Baltimore, but not poor. I want to be chilling with my minions on the eastern shore, or the suburbs of DC. So nod your head if you're feeling me. I don't want an apartment or a regular home. I want 5 acres so my seed can roam the prairie, and I can have parties and man cook-offs. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some say I'm never satisfied that you, but you can always be better. So realize, wake up and smell the coffee. Don't get that man joke off me. I refuse to label all my life as I vote. That's not a joke, but that's the lifestyle of my black folks. Unless you got talent, and that's no guarantee. You got to have smart, a lot of heart, and that describes me. Yo, I want to make a million, have money still it, God willing, I'm going to make it, and no man, no government, no army is ever going to take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front, money is what I want. I want to be rich, so when I come outside, I see oak trees, I bottle bums, and bags of free. Yo, I need to make a million. I know y'all feeling this. Yo, if you ain't down, why I can't get with this? Why out this hit? Check out my house, I split. I'm setting it off, doing my own thing, blasting off. I'm my own boss, I want to make a million. And be filthy rich, I want gold, I want to roll, but I'm not willing to sell my soul. I can't throw a football because that's the height to jump. Can't box like Tyson, but I ain't no pump. I want to be iced out, surrounded by girls, I want to change the world. Be a community activist on a nationwide level, how I thought to keep me out of trouble because it follows me wherever I go. Because when a road grows, I will try to slow down. A brother who reaches for the thoughts I want it all. A mansion, a business, and fancy cars, one for each day of the week with the tinted windows so you hoes and bros can't peek. And who I'm riding with, I'll be sitting off the cop. I'll be talking taking places, the Alps and Jamaica be the faces. I visit for vacation. I want a maid and a butler to be my personal slave. And I refuse for those who need help. When I get rich, I won't keep it all to myself. Yo, I need to make a million. Have money spending. God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no governor, will ever take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front money. Is what I want. I'm trying to get rich, so I'm gonna come outside. I wanna see oak trees, not flowers, drums, and babies to breathe. Yo, I need to make a million. Yo, I want to be rich so I can hit every bit in the lane. I want to find a cure for AIDS so I can stay laid. I was want to stay paid, but I want to be wealthy with financial worry. I want to be buried in a tomb near a lagoon or pond. I wish I had a magic wand, and with one wave, my troubles would be gone, and I want close to me, whatever shelter did. 1970 was a good year, I know because that's the year I was born. My mom's name is Garrett, which is the device that drove all our money maker. That wasn't that night, so I was destined to have care right from the start. And when my mom died, you know it broke my heart, because I was barely paying the rent. So now my time is spent fighting, scheming, and dreaming of hitting it big. One planning for another, but for me, my family, and my mother. Yo, I need to make a million. That's what I'm talking about, yo. I ain't trying to die broke. You know what I'm saying? So check it out, yo.
Hey,
I need to make a million.
What?
Have money spending.
What?
God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no army or government is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front.
There's
Money
money.
is what I want. I wanna be rich, so when I come outside, I can see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. You know what I'm saying? That city like yo. I need to make a million.
Come on with it now. Rodero.
I don't wanna die for about
A one man show. Come on.
I want to ask you
Come on.
on the shore or Ocean City. Have me a nice beach house about the night and we can get down.
We don't need no samplers. We don't need no beat machine.
I'll take Frank. Pesos.
I don't need my mama's record collection.
I just need a man.
Come on.
Go there with a one-man show with a remix. I'm gonna let it play.
Come on.
You wanna take the camera and you know your answer to come out.
Come on. Come on. We ain't spinning nobody else's records. We do our own music. Come on. No, that's one of my songs. It's called Make a Man. I thought it'd be a good song to play for the election. Whoa. Loud bass in that song. Come on and hold me tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to a brother Nearest, yeah. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the brother Nearest, yeah. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Ooh. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Keeping you other YouTubers out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the brother Nearest, yeah. Put that little lie in it. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody call Cheesy. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the brother Nearest, yeah. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Bring my beat back. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the brother Nearest, yeah. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the brother Nearest, yeah. Put a lot in it. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister, Brother Derek Show. I'm trying to center myself in this camera. I can't do it. Should I move over? Protect me from the night. It will be all right. All righty. Welcome to the show, everyone. Welcome to the show. No excuses today. It's election day. We on the StreamYard. There is the link. There is the link. All you got to do is click it to call in. You ain't got no blocking the phone numbers. Nobody know nothing. You can call in discreetly. Even you trolls. There is the link. I got the heat on since this way. All right. Election day. Y'all thought I was full of stuff. They made me turn the cameras off. But I got a witness. My lady friend was on the phone the whole time. She was on the phone the whole time. Okay? So even though they made me turn, now I didn't turn the camera off. They told me to turn the cameras off. I had to turn off the 360-degree camera, and we got that footage, and we got the footage from this morning when I went out. So we got two 360-degree cameras to look at, but I just hit the power button and turned the screen off. So I don't know if y'all saw me vote or not. Y'all have to tell me. Did y'all see me vote? Did you see me vote, Liz and I? But I can tell y'all, I did vote. I also voted. They had a lot of propositions. I voted on the one for $17 million to go toward public housing. Since I'm waiting on my public housing, why would I not vote for it? Anybody want to go look at the ballot and see if I'm lying? I voted for that. I voted for the $12 billion infrastructure. I also voted for the city council to be able to override the mayor. I voted for that. And I voted for independents and people who were new. I didn't do any incumbents. I didn't vote on any incumbents. I want everybody to get the hell out of there. Everybody I could, I got out of there. Councilmen, senators, delegates, I got them all out of there. I ain't gonna sit here in front. We need a clean house. We need a fresh start. We need to start over. Now, some of y'all might get in y'all feelings and oh well. We tell the truth here. Everybody that's in there, from Nancy Pelosi to Snitch McConnell, get them all out of there. That simpleton dunce Mike Pence, who got 230,000 plus American deaths on his head, over 9 million infected, and he the head of the CDC. I come tell the truth. You can't handle the truth. You can't handle this platform. You need to go in the closet with the mothballs and cry. We tell the truth here. If you can't handle the truth, you can't be honest, we will never have unity. Because in order to have unity, you got to admit what your fault and the issues are. And if you want to put them under the rug and pretend they ain't there, they just sneak up and bite you in the butt. That's why you get civil unrest. Yeah, we'll just give them some money, give them $2 million. And then next week, we're going to kill another one. All right, give them $4 million so they can stop burning the city down. Won't y'all stop killing the people? No, we can't do that. Y'all won't keep paying that money. You want us to keep marching neighborhoods? See, until we deal with the real issues, there will be no unity. Because it can't be Chinatown. It can't be Little Italy. It can't be the Irish people over here. It can't be the Jews up there. It can't be the blacks over here. It can't be the Mexicans over here. As long as everybody over there, we not united. So how we got a United States? I'll say it again. And if you can't admit the fact that we are not united, we not going to grow. The fact that you got people worried about immigration when everybody except for the Indians are immigrants. Every one of us came over here on a boat or a plane. So why are you crying about immigrants? You cry about them and then you still hire them. Go to any Lowe's or Home Depot and see them out there. And see the people put them in the back of that truck. They're the same ones that be crying. They're taking our jobs. No, you giving them the jobs. I tell the truth. Truth hurt. We not going to ever get along until we can deal with the truth. Now, you want to keep people thinking under the rug, stuff just going to blow up. Keep admitting stuff ain't there. You see it. When somebody pointed out to him, no, you got to get rid of him. Get rid of the messenger. Don't you bring me. Don't you bring me. Don't you bring me no bad news. Don't want no bad news. We just going, la-lee-lee. We tripping through the tree laps, just tripping through the garden. Everything is wonderful here in La La Land. I want to know, who did y'all vote for? Anybody got the cojones to call in and say who they voted for and why? Anybody? I told you who I voted for. Nia, who did you vote for today? Or whenever you voted? Liz, when did you? How we got 11 people viewing and we got 12 thumbs down? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Boy, a lot of people hate me telling the truth. Well, you ain't going to run me off. I'm going to keep bringing the message till somebody get it through that big head. Did I hurt somebody's feelings? Are your feelings hurt? I told you, check your feelings at the door. Do like Abby Lee Miller said. Cry your tears on the pillow at night and leave them there. When you come back to the studio, I don't want to see nothing but hard work. So I ask again. I'll put the link in the chat again. Does anybody want to call in? Now we on the stream, y'all. Y'all ain't got no excuse. Oh, I want to buy on my phone. Yeah. All you gotta do is click that link. That's all you gotta do. Doesn't show your number or anything. All it does is put you through here. Somebody call in and give me your opinion. Why is it so hard to get people to call in? Are y'all afraid? Do I intimidate y'all? Can't nobody come in here and embarrass the fat man on disability? So, Lola J, we having a real conversation here, and you want to come in here with that mess. Do y'all see what I say about people having mental issues? You could have came in here and said something. You could have called in and said something intelligent, but nope, you had to come in here and troll. Well, come on in and troll. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. Go ahead. If you're a Trump supporter and you voted for Trump, if you pump for Donald Trump, call in here and tell me why you voted for him. If you riding with Joe Biden, call in and tell us why you voted for him. People can get mad at me all they want. We can spend all day talking about why I voted for. We can spend all day. I mean all day. I'm dead honest. I could be all day telling you who I voted for. That's why anybody calling in here can't knock me off you can't knock me off my perch. But I'm just asking the question, who did you vote for and why? You know my only rule. Don't come in here with the I think. Don't come in here with the I feel. Because unfortunately, in the United States of America, don't nobody give a darn about what you think. Don't nobody give a darn about what you feel. They only care about what you know. So call in here and tell us what you know. As long as you tell us what you know, you'll be safe. When you start getting into what I feel, that's when you're going to get wiped. When you come in here, when you know I think, that's when you're going to get wiped. You're going to get drug up and down this damn platform. Come in and tell me what you know. Now, Lola J says, I'm pro-Trump. Well, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for all new people. I can give you 50 reasons why I didn't vote for Trump. But Lola, give me 5 why you did. You can call in and you can type in the chat. 1 through 5. Give us 5 reasons why you voted for Donald Trump. Saying go Trump is not a reason. Why did you vote for Donald Trump? Did you vote because your family only votes crime? Crime is at its worst. What do you mean? You got crime. You got people burning down the cities. Naya says, BDS, I prefer to keep my choices to my household. Thank you for the invitation. All right. All right, well, a lot of people don't know what conservatism means. Why don't you explain it? So, as a black woman, why did you vote for Donald Trump? As a black woman, why did you vote for Donald Trump? She said the economy. Obama said himself, I left you a good economy, and you destroyed it. Crime is at all-time worst. Stock market in the toilet. Conservative values. The man lie all day. What's conservative about that? I've never said that Joe Biden was a better candidate than Donald Trump. He's just more presidential. It'd be like if Joe Biden was the wolf leading the wolf pack, Trump would be the hyena trying to lead the wolf pack. A joke. Crime is at its worst because of the looting and dysfunction. So in his 4 years in office, has Donald Trump done anything to reform the police departments throughout this country other than saying, I'll support the police? Because see, you say I'm black. We only doing 720. How the heck could I be black? I don't know. That's really weird. What the heck going on here? Hold on. Oh, no. Uh-oh. I know what the problem is. Hold on a second. Oh, no. Whoops. Sorry about this, y'all. Network and internet. Hotspot and tethering. USB tethering. Whoops. It's a good thing we didn't do the OBS. All right. Give it a second, y'all. Give it a second, y'all. Maybe we had to make a mistake. Thanks somebody for telling me. $105. What? Why the hell are we doing 105? You're supposed to be like in the low 90s. What? All right. Let me see. Are we still doing it? Okay, they're just showing me getting up. All right, y'all. Y'all let me know. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Lola J says it's the looting and civil social unrest. I've said what I've said a million times. My problem with the Republicans is they talk but don't do nothing. Y'all get mad at me all you want. You got a president and Donald Trump that complain about states not running themselves correctly, but don't do nothing about it. But then sit back and say, see, look at them. That's my problem with Republicans. They don't do nothing. They don't do anything. All right, Lola J, have a good night. Because see, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. And break it down. You haven't broken down. You said crime is not high because of the police department. Crime is high because people are sick of the police department. Crime is high because people don't see no hope. People don't see no change. People don't see no reason to follow the law. You don't get nowhere. The rich get richer and the poor get poor. Lola J says, you too, my brother. I respect you even though we agree. Hey, Lola J, before you leave, tell me, if you was a youth worker and you had a young man that was standing on the corner instead of going to school, a young man that had his own place, a young man that got his own car, a young man that owns 2 or 3 guns, a young man that got gold teeth in his mouth, a young man that got chrome rims on a car he's too young to drive. How you going to tell him to give all that and to give up the women? He got 3 18-year-old girlfriends How you gonna tell him to give it up and come go to school? Give all that up and come work at McDonald's and make $7 an hour. What kind of girl he gonna get working at McDonald's? He gonna be on the bus. He ain't gonna have no car. He ain't gonna have no fancy clothes. He ain't gonna have no money. And he got to go to school for 4 years to get a degree. Soon as he come out the classroom, he got to go work at a daggone fast food restaurant and then stagger home at midnight and at 7 o'clock and do it all over again. How do you tell that man? How do you tell that young 14-year-old that looking at you sideways, I make 3 times what you make, chump. You want me to give it up? How do you tell him? Come off the street. Lola J says, want a full ride to the #1 private school in my state from middle to high school. That didn't answer my question. How do you tell a young man that can make $4,000 or $5,000 a week? How do you tell him to go make $200 a week and not get laughed at in your face? So when you talk about crime, you got people that don't see no way other than crime. And it's a sad thing to say. My first job, actually, I used to own my own little business. We used to go around and we used to mow lawns, clean out people's back porches. You know, the people that had the shelved-in porches. We used to clean attics, basements. Yeah, I used to have a little, I had like 3 guys under me. I had 3 young men under me when I was little. 9 or 10 years old, we had our little hookup, you know. So I understand. You talking about what you did. I asked you, how could you convince a young man, 14, 15 years old, that everything that you could buy, that you brag about going to all that schooling you did, he can do it without going to school? All that Ivy League you talking about, he can make the same money and not go to school. And I had to go to college. And while you were struggling them 4 years, he living high on the hog. Then you got to pay your student loans off. He living high on the hog. Now you can finally start living. And now you trying to catch up to him when he was doing it the whole way. But I'm saying to you, how do you get a young man to say, look, you can be like me? And the man looking at you, the young man saying, I make more than you. You should be trying to be like me. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? You got people that believe they can take the easy way because they don't see the hard way. Because the fact of the matter is, you know, a lot of people will say, oh, it's the American dream. All you got to do is go to college for 4 years. And then you got to come out and beg for a job. Lola J says, I was him. All right. So how do you get him? How do you get him? Or how did somebody get you to follow that road? How did somebody get you to follow that road? Did you on your own have the desire that I'm going to use this as a catapult to the Ivy League status? Or did you have somebody say, hey, while you're doing this, you can do that? Because you actually is getting the way I was going. You're actually going. You're going where I was going. Because that's what I used to do. Try to get the young men to say, look, I understand you doing this thing. It ain't forever. Sooner or later, you're going to get locked up and get real time. Sooner or later, you're going to get killed. You don't retire doing this. Not many do. Are you going to school? Are you trying to save up to get you a business, get you a barbershop or something? Open you a little nightclub? I mean, what is your plan? You know, you're going to get a little business and run stuff out the back of it? I mean, what is your plan? You just going to stand on your whole life? You know? Lola J said she was raised on welfare. It doesn't matter. You said I had to eventually cut off my family and all of dysfunction. He said, here's the thing. Now, see, this is the kind of stuff that I be trying to get y'all to talk about. It's real easy to say those people. It's just them rashes. It's just them thugs. They people just like you is. They just don't see a better way. You did not fit into any world. Neither did I. But unfortunately, I wanted to. Why everybody saying I'm so blurry? Well, let's find out why am I so blurry? Hold on a sec. Can I edit? Title. I can't edit. Hold on. So something ain't right. Why am I so blurry? Hold on a sec, y'all. Let's do a speed test. any of those things because we don't use this. I don't see a settings. And there it is. Camera. Where's video? Broadcast quality. Yeah, we doing 720. I don't understand why I'm so blurry. Hey, y'all, are we still blurry? Am I blurry or is the show blurry? Hold on a sec. How do you do this? Cam mic. Green screen. What's that? All right. Am I still looking? Because we doing enough. I wasn't happy with the speed test. But with the election, everybody seemed to be on social media. And like I said, we're using the antenna going that way. We got an antenna right here. I don't know why we got knocked off it. But let me get caught up with the chat. Sorry, y'all. We had a little technical difficulties. Liz said it looked much better. Lord said I was him, and I went to get to the why. It was very hard. I was ostracized by my community and family for working hard, studying. I had no example. I was raised on welfare. I had to eventually cut off my family and all of the dysfunction. Here's the thing that killed me. I didn't fit into any world. I didn't fit into the world I came from. I don't fit into the world I'm in now. I make 6 strong figures. I live in an affluent white neighborhood. Now, here's the problem, Lola. Were you able to get anybody in your neighborhood to come say, hey, look at me. Let me help you get to where I am? Were you able to find anybody like that? Were you able to find anybody in your neighborhood? Because there's a YouTuber named Sissa Mayor that says, well, you had the same raggedy books I had and I still made it. Do you feel any kind of pull to go back and help the people who you know had potential but just didn't make it? Do you ever feel a call to say, you know, Jack has some great ideas. He just didn't have the opportunities I had. Maybe I could go and mentor him and bring him along. But did you say, poot on y'all, I'm gone. I'm in the white neighborhood. Poot on y'all. Where you go, Lola? Because I'll say the same thing that I told him. If you was on your high school basketball team and the top 5 starters, you was one of them. And you was the number 4 to 5. And you got picked to go to the NBA. Why would it kill you after you get your little contract and you got your money set? Why would it kill you to go to the coach and say, hey, you took me, but there were 4 guys, other guys y'all missed. 3 of them I think are better than me. You want to win a championship? Let's go get these guys. If you're confident in your skills, why are you afraid to bring those guys with you and y'all go try and win the world championship? Or are you, well, I could do it, but, 3 of them better than me, and if I bring them in, then I might not get nowhere. I might not get nowhere. And, so I'm just going, let them rot. Maybe they'll become junkies. Maybe they'll go be on the corner and get shot. Maybe they'll work at the McDonald's. Maybe they'll be trash men. When you could have went back. And even if the coach would only pick 2 of them up, that's 2 brothers that would have made it. Why is that so hard to do? Why is it that so hard for us as men to do? Why are we so insecure? I told y'all I've heard many a guy tell me after they flossed and showed the money and like, yeah, man, I'm out there at the factory. Yeah, I'm way out there in Hanover. Yeah. I was like, hey, can you help me get up there? Well, I'm the only black up there, and I don't want to bring nobody up there, because if you go up there and mess up, then they might not hire no other black folk in. That's not it. I'm younger and faster than you and thirstier. I'm going to go up there and do twice the work you do and wind up being your boss. That's why you won't do it. That's why you won't do it. I told y'all the story. I was working at Bob's Big Boys. I used to stay behind because the manager would give me a ride home. And I used to stay behind and I would clean. I would clean that place till it was spotless. And the management would come in and they would say, this is the best kitchen. This is the best dishwasher station, I think, in the whole state. And one day she said, you know what? I'm going to put you in the kitchen. And she hired a young man to take my place. I still ran the kitchen 2 days a week, but 3 days a week I was in the kitchen, right? 3 days a week I was in the kitchen. And this young buck came in and said, everybody been telling me about you. Yeah, Brother Derek. Well, guess what? I'm younger. I'm in better shape. Watch what I do. This young man came in and had that place so spotless, you could lick off of it. I didn't get flustered. The 2 days that I was back there, I had that place almost glowing. you would go in there and get blinded. It was so clean and sparkly. And one day he came up to me and he said, you know what, Brother Derek, I came in and I challenged you and you beat me. But guess what? I pushed you to your limit. I said, young man, yes, you did. But see, bringing you in didn't hurt me. It made me step my game up. So why are we afraid to let a young man come work with us when we can let them push us? We still have the experience. They might have the youth. They might have the speed, but we got the experience. Experience will always beat youth and speed. If you experienced and you ready, youth can run around. But if you know what you're doing, you can get the same effect without running around. They run around because they know what they're doing. We doing the same thing over and over again, trying to do it fast, and look how fast it is. I had a customer come tell me, I always ask who in the kitchen before I come in and eat. I say, why is that? He said, because there's a young man that flies around. I see him flying around back there. But when the plates come out, they're not as clean as when you do it. When the silverware come out, it's not as clean as when you do it. When the glasses come out, it's not as clean as the way you do it. He said he moved faster than you, but the results ain't there. So when I see him there, I come back when you working. And I'm kind of sad you only work 2 days instead of 5 now. That is the kind of thing that give you a little pat on the back. You ain't got to toot your own horn. If you good, somebody else is going to toot your horn. That's why I keep telling y'all, when y'all do something nice for somebody, you ain't got to go around, well, you know, I did it for him. No, when you do that, you take it out your book of life. But I was really feeling down that day, and that made my day. And every time I saw it, and I'm going to tell you how good a person I am. One day I saw him and I said, you know, you're not cleaning this stuff. It looks good. You're fast, but you're going too fast. Look at this right here. And look, you got stuff on the, you don't see that? Look at that right there. People are eating in a restaurant. They're going to notice smudges on the forks. They're going to notice if you got spots on the glasses. Who wants a glass that got spots on it? I'm paying you good money. I don't want no glass with no spots. You say you're going to take that back to the kitchen. Don't bring me that. I'm paying for this. And I went back there and told him. And he did good for about a week. And doing what I told him to do slowed him down. So guess what? He went back to doing what he was doing. So I remained the top dishwasher. Even though I tried to give him a helping hand, he wouldn't take it. But at least I gave him the helping hand. How come we don't do that for each other? Why don't we do it for each other? And I told y'all something, and a lot of y'all didn't like it when I said it. But I told y'all the difference between I think, and this is an I think. So take it with a grain of salt. This is an I think. We don't do I think. But I think the difference is between a Democrat and a Republican. A Democrat say, hey, I give you free money to stay at the bottom and let my kids go to the top. I'll let you fight for this little bit of money on this welfare. But let my kids get the good jobs. Gotcha. Republicans say, yeah, I ain't giving you nothing. I ain't going to help you with nothing. And I ain't got nothing to say to you till you reach my level. When you reach my level, I'll deal with you. Till then, you don't exist. That's what I think the difference is between a Democrat and a Republican. Would anybody like to challenge me on that? That's what I think the difference is. Democrat more honest. I don't want your kids going to school, man. I don't want to have to go somewhere and sit with you. I give you a little something. You go over there and stay there. Just don't forget to vote for me. Don't forget to vote. That's what I think the difference is. Democrats say, I feel your pain. Here's a little something. Get out my face. Republican don't even want to hear you. We got this going on. We got that going on. Let me see. All right. She said it's better. Thank you. Let me see. Where is... I had an article I wanted y'all to see. I don't know. It's two different ones. Oops. Let me copy that link. All right. Come back. Now, we need a screen share and application window. Where is it? Give me that. Give me that blank page. And it should be next to me. There it is. All right. Now, I got to go find the page. There it is. And go.
Tomorrow. Identifying this man caught on video pushing another man to the ground as the President Trump caravan rolled through Santa Barbara. Video shows the caravan driving down East Cabrillo Boulevard next to the East Beach volleyball court Saturday afternoon. The suspect grabs a driver's hat. The driver gets out and is then pushed to the ground. Police are there pretty much immediately, and the suspect takes off running down the beach. He's described as a white man in his 30s, around 6 feet tall, with a thin to medium build, short brown hair, green or blue eyes, tattoos down both arms and on his left shoulder. He was with a woman described as a white 25 to 30-year-old woman with blonde hair and a pink and blue bikini. Anyone with any information is asked to call the Santa Barbara police. Katie Johnston for CBS LA.
Yeah, that's how I say Donald Trump. All right, y'all. I don't know what it is with the subway this week.
Getting the discovery of a body on subway tracks in Lower Manhattan. At around 2 this morning, MTA workers were doing some track inspection work near Wall and William Street when they came upon a body inside one of the tunnels there. Police say it was badly burned and decomposed and appeared to have been there for some time. The medical examiner will now try to determine the cause of death.
All right. Anybody ever heard of Ralph's Supermarket?
Bizarre behavior at a local grocery store prompts a call to 911. The LAPD responds and an officer winds up shot. A lot of questions tonight. Our Amy Powell joining us live from the scene in Granada Hills with some answers. Amy.
Well, Dory, some good news to share tonight about that wounded officer. Chief Michael Moore tweeting tonight that he was treated at a hospital and released. But as you can see, police are still at the scene here, and the investigation into the shooting is ongoing. Cell phone video shows a shirtless man gesturing wildly as he stands on top of grocery racks inside a Ralph store.
He took his shirt off. He just had shorts on. There was an officer inside who was calling for backup, so more officers started arriving. He was yelling, he wouldn't come down.
LAPD officers confronting the suspect inside the Ralphs on Devonshire and Balboa around 6:30 this evening after getting calls about an armed man causing a disturbance.
They did determine that he was armed. There was a confrontation with the officers, and an officer-involved shooting occurred.
One of the officers was struck by gunfire and rushed to a hospital. Authorities say they don't yet know if the shot that wounded him was fired by the suspect. Frightened shoppers saw the man escape from the store and run to a nearby gas station.
I was still hanging around this area. He ran around the back and across the street, and
Well, that's where he ended up.
Police say they recovered a gun at the gas station.
The suspect fled the location to a nearby business where he was pursued by the officers, and he was taken into custody, and he has been transported to a local area hospital for evaluation.
And again, the investigation is continuing here at the scene. Police say they're also looking into some assaults on customers inside the store.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
Honey, please.
ABC7 content.
If I see another person,
button for our YouTube.
Look, y'all, one day we're going to have to do a mask show. One day we're going to have to do a mask show. If I see another person with a daggone surgical mask on with all the money they paying you, you can't get a daggone real mask. You can't even get a KN95. You can't even get the Chinese equivalent. You can't get the Chinese equivalent. I understand you can't find the P100 or the P95. That's the European version. You can't find the N95 or the N100 or the N97. That's the American version, because Trump got rid of all of them and got them making ventilators instead of making real masks. Well, why the heck people can't get the Chinese KN95? At least get the Chinese version. Why are you walking around with that going 20 cent? And I ain't stutter. 20-cent mask. You making all that money and you walking around with a 20-cent mask on. I'm just asking the question. How many times you gonna see somebody with that on cheap surgical mask on? That mask does not protect you. That mask is to protect a surgeon who's opening people up to keep stuff from them from going into them, infecting them. It is not protecting you. You make too much money to not kick out. You can get a good KN95 on eBay for $15. Some for $10. Why are you walking around with a piece of cloth? You got a surgical mask. You might as well put a paper towel over your damn face. I'm just saying. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. I'll listen. Somebody tell me why people with all that money walking around with a 20-cent mask on. I was in Family Dollar and I forgot my mask. Y'all remember? And I got 2 of them for $1. 2 of them for $1. 2 of them for $1. They look better than the last 2 people we seen on this screen. The Family Dollar mask looked better. When I forgot we went to Giants and they gave me the Giant mask, the mask they gave me for free at Giant looked better than that thing she wearing. They paying her them big bucks and she can't buy a damn mask. I'm just saying, come on, man. Those masks don't protect you. When people say the masks don't work, that's because the people ain't got the right kind on. They got the old cheap. And I'm going to say it, and y'all can get mad all you want. When the president decided he didn't want to close the country down in March, like I said, he should have made masks for everybody. They should have had one plant that did nothing but make masks. As many as you can make. Wholesale. Real mask. Not no fashion mask. Not some old lady with a sewing machine. But a real mask. And that should be places where we can go get a real mask fit to our face. And the reason why 3M can't get caught up is because they were behind the gun. And the government's so cheap, they still buying the disposable mask. Us as human beings, as regular human beings, we cannot afford disposable masks. I showed y'all on the site at 3M. You can get 3 N95 masks, but you can only wear them a day or 2. 3 at the most. That means every day, if you're a family of 3, you got to kick out $25 every 2 or 3 days. So if you're a family of 6, you got to kick out $50 every 2 or 3 days. You got to kick out $50. Now, if you work in the health field, you don't want to wear the same mask unless it's a good one. The one that used to cost, $25 and now cost about 100 something, 200, 300. They're trying to sell 5,000 for on eBay. Well, when you're working directly with them COVID patients, you don't want to take that mask home. You want to throw it away. So I understand them needing the throwaways. But them throwaways used to cost $0.25. Now you get 3 for $25. Naya said I was wondering the same thing. I'm just asking, why don't they spend money? That's why the disease is growing. People wearing masks, but they wearing the cheaps. You'd be surprised how many people have one of them cheap things. Why don't they spend money on a mask to protect their life or the lives of the people around them? But you'll spend money on a car, spend money on jewelry. You won't spend money to save your life. I'm just saying. They said, are you going to cover the election? Well, let's go see if we can find some news on the election. They both losers, ain't none of them winners. Let's see what ABC saying.
You've been hurt in a car accident?
Yeah, commercial. That's what they saying. Hey, well, ABC flag.
coming in from the state of Virginia right now. As we've said, the president has already won the state with 60% of the vote in Indiana. Right there, we cannot project that yet, but the president is well ahead right there. And in Florida, we are, of course, watching the vote there in Florida with 80% of the expected vote in right there. Joe Biden and Donald Trump are battling it out. I want to go to Martha Raddatz, our chief global affairs anchor, my This Week co-anchor as well. And Martha, you've been traveling the country through this election season.
About 6,000 miles since September, George, crossing the country and all the way back. And I think we really have to talk about the voters. It's so extraordinary how many people have voted in this election, how passionate they are about this election. And I can tell you many of those same people who I talked to over the last couple of months, I've talked to today, they are anxious, they are tense. One of the stories was in Kansas. I call it the tale of two farmers. Bob Hazelwood voted 2 weeks ago. In 2016, he voted for an independent. When I talked to him in September, he was leaning towards Donald Trump, but he decided he did not like his character. He did not like the chaos. He voted for a Democrat for the very first time ever, voting for Joe Biden. But his nephew told me this evening he was also leaning Donald Trump, and he voted for Donald Trump. He said he could not vote for Joe Biden. He said he didn't feel that Joe Biden supports farmers. But all over the country, everywhere I went, in the most rural areas, you would see massive signs. To Pennsylvania, where you would see every sign of Biden on one block, Trump on the next block. And many voters there who we talked to just a week or so ago also said they were switching, that they voted for Donald Trump, but are now voting for Joe Biden, and most of those were suburban women.
And what you hear about that time and time again, Martha Raddatz, is the tweets, it's the character.
It's exactly that. And I think really that comes down to character versus policy, and people are really trying to decide what they believe in. Like Bob Hazelwood in Kansas said he didn't like Donald Trump's character, but he loves his policy. So it's sort of personal versus policy. And Bob Hazelwood said he looked at the rest of the country and what a vote for Joe Biden would mean for the rest of the country as opposed to Donald Trump.
Martha Raddatz, thanks. What about Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania? Eva Pilgrim has traveled across the state of Pennsylvania as well. You cut your teeth. WPVI in Philadelphia. You've been across the state, and you've seen the same thing Martha has talked about. Neighborhoods where you have Biden signs on one side of the block, Trump signs on the other.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of mixed political support across the state of Pennsylvania. The thing we hear everyone talking about on both sides of the political spectrum is the concern over these ballots. A lot of people were thinking about potentially sending in a mail-in ballot, but then they got concerned because of all the confusion and speculation around the mail-in. So they decided that they would show up in person today to make sure that they vote, their vote counted. Making sure their vote counted was incredibly important to almost everyone we spoke to, George.
And Eva, you sent me a note earlier that was fascinating to me. You said we've heard so much about these shy Trump voters, people who won't tell posters they're going to vote for Donald Trump. You seem to come across what you would consider shy Biden voters in Pennsylvania.
That's exactly right, George. I was actually really surprised to discover this. After talking to some neighbors, they would see the Trump signs and they were concerned because they saw Biden signs that had been destroyed or windows that were broken. So they didn't want their neighbors to know that they were going to be voting for Joe Biden. George?
Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. Coming up at 8 p.m. now, and these polls are going to close in 16 states at 8 p.m. We'll be here with all the results we have when we come back.
Moments from now, we're live in the battleground states as results come in. Polls are already closed in 9 states. They're about to close in the key states of Florida and Pennsylvania when Election Night 2020 continues on ABC.
So they're taking a commercial, then let me see if I can find CNN or somebody, because I don't want to get flagged. Yahoo Finance. NBC News. Where's CNN at? All right. Hold on. Let's just type it in. Oh, there it is right there. Let's look at CNN or the White House or Fox News or somebody. Anybody got some news for us? Nine hours ago. Well, they're not covering it. What about Fox News? All right, here we go. Fox News. They're live stream. Can we get flagged? All right, they ain't even showing that. I ain't risking a flag for that. Y'all gotta do better than that. Where's MSNBC? An hour ago.
Who has, I believe, our first look of any.
Ain't nobody live? Well, I've been to Fox News. I've been to CNBC. Where's the live news coverage? Y'all asked me to cover, and anybody know where we can get some live coverage at? This said, looks like he has a lead in Ohio and Georgia. Joe Biden, she was talking about. I don't know nothing about Yahoo Finance, y'all. I mean, I'm nervous about this. I've never done this before. Let's check out NBC News. Biden lost that state. Can we pull it up so I can see the chats? I'm sorry. Does anybody have a link where we can go look? Anybody got a linky dink? Well, let's try this then. I downloaded some of our new songs off the YouTube studio. We can listen to them while we watch. Where are they? There they are. Open. You go to playing, man. Oh, crap. You really gonna do me like that? You really gonna do me like that? They're just doing your J.O.B. They ain't gotta be loud. Roll the T70, 44-26. Biden leading. Governors. My governor wasn't up for election. Biden carried my state and he carried Delaware. Whoever covering the news for real. It's boring. Oh. They doing the same thing. It's boring. Yeah, here we go.
In Florida right now, it is neck and neck. Every time we look at the state, it's getting closer and closer. But what we have to keep our eye on right here is this section of the state right here. We're talking about Pensacola, the Panhandle. That is Trump country. The votes are still out there, and it's important because this is such a close race. One of the problems, besides Miami-Dade County, for Joe Biden is that he's underperforming in some Democratic counties, places like Osceola. He has a big lead there, but he's underperforming from where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. We look at Orlando, which was ravaged by COVID, especially the economy there. He's doing a little better there. That's a good spot for him. And he's made some gains in places like Jacksonville, Duval. This is a Republican county. He's winning right there. It is so close right now, George. We're going to have to keep our eye on this state minute by minute because we're talking about thousands of votes at certain parts of the night.
Okay, Tom Yelmis. Mary Bruce, what is the Biden campaign telling you about Florida?
Well, all day long, they have been telling us that they knew that Florida was going to be a toss-up. They, I suspect, are pouring over these numbers just like we are. Look, in areas like Miami-Dade, for instance, they never expect to do as well as Hillary Clinton did there, but I suspect they are very surprised to see just how close it is in that area right now. They have spent a lot of time, really the entire Biden team, fanning out across the state in these final days. Joe Biden was in Florida today, the candidate's wife, Barack Obama, Biden's not-so-secret biggest weapon in this race in many days. Obama was in Florida 3 times in just the last 2 weeks, including in that critical Miami-Dade area. So they put a lot of effort into trying to get out the vote there. And so much of the message there, of course, on the pandemic as they try to target senior voters. I think especially about one moment in particular, Biden, during one of his 3 trips to the state, speaking to a group of seniors and saying how many of them this year haven't been able to go out and hug their grandchildren, trying to directly tie the president's handling of this pandemic to their own personal lives, to their own families. That is a message that the Biden team is hopeful will resonate in the state. But man, it is very close right now. I know they are looking at these numbers just as closely as we are, George.
And they certainly are. Cecilia Vega, the president changed his registration earlier this year to vote in Florida.
Yeah, George, I think it's hard for a lot of people to remember because we think of Donald Trump as a New Yorker, but he is now a Florida resident. The First Lady just voted in Florida this morning. He changed his residence from New York to Florida not too long ago. And this is a state that he has visited more than any other during the course of his presidency, some 82 visits over the course of the last 4 years. And he has been there numerous times over the course of this election and spent $78 million down there in Florida. And our team is hearing from sources who are telling us that the president, George, is over the moon with the numbers that he is seeing come in from Florida, especially Miami-Dade. I think they thought that the Democrats would have an advantage at this stage of the night, looking at the early voting that was happening there on their end. So they are clearly very pleased with what they are seeing at this point. And we're also told, George, that President Trump inside is watching these returns between the residents and the East Room here in the White House where that event is taking place.
Okay, Cecilia, thanks very much. Nate Silver, let's remind everybody what happens to your projection if Donald Trump actually wins the state of Florida.
So yeah, let's see. He's at 10%. It's going to shoot way up if he wins Florida. It's going to take a little bit of time to calculate here. But Trump, if he wins Florida, is much more in the running. He's about a 1 in 3 chance of winning overall. The one silver lining for Biden a bit is that this seems to be mostly concentrated among Cubans in South Florida. It might not translate to other parts of the country. But, Florida would be the first step toward a Trump upset.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks so much. Let's take a look at the key state of Georgia right now. Let's pull that up. We've got about 11% of the expected vote in, and Donald Trump has the lead. Tom Giannis.
Yeah, let's take a look at Georgia right now. We do want to say, though, there's a lot of the vote that is not in Georgia, and that's important because you have the state of Georgia, and then you have the state of Atlanta and the suburbs, and 50% of the vote for the state of Georgia is going to come out of here. So, George, it is still very, very early. Any signs for either campaign? Look, there's a lot of red counties. Georgia got redder in those red counties after 2016, but the blue counties expanded. They got bluer. So many people moving to Georgia. Right now, it's tough to say whose state this is. Only 11% of the vote in, and a lot of the Atlanta metro area still needs to come in. But we can't talk about Cobb County. Cobb County wants the home of Newt Gingrich. And at 63%, with 31% of the vote in, Joe Biden's overperforming Hillary Clinton. If he's going to win Georgia, he has to win big in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs. And tonight, right now, if this holds, and this is the trend, that's good news for Joe Biden.
One of the other ones, I don't know if you can pull it up. Can you pull up Gwinnett County?
It's not in yet. We don't have information for it yet, but that was one of the counties that Hillary Clinton flipped 4 years ago. We're going to be watching it closely so far. And the reason why we don't have information, I want to explain this to our voters. We want to make sure we have enough of a sample in to kind of say who's winning what and the votes have been counted. We're not there yet, so we're not going to touch it, George.
What are we seeing in the X's there?
A couple of things out of Georgia, George, to take a look at. First of all, let's take a look at. They just switched this up on me right here. Let's take a look at Georgia's job performance. 50% approve of the job that President Trump is doing on the all-important issue. 51% though say the pandemic is most important. But I've been diving into some of the numbers in Georgia, the racial and ethnic makeup.
All right, well, let's back off again, Larry. Let's check this out. I hope they got the body cam for this. Can y'all see it? Oh, man. Hey! Y'all see it? Yeah, you can see it. Come on back. Right on time.
We continue to follow breaking news from Southwest Houston. A police chase came to a violent end about 2 hours ago.
That impact was so strong, one car was split in half. Vincent Crivelli joins us live from that scene at Westheimer and Stony Brook Drive. What you're learning out there, Vince, good morning.
Lisa, good morning. The suspect's mangled car is right behind me. Take a look. You can see the front half of the car is destroyed. The windshield is shattered. The impact was so powerful, the bumper was pushed back into the tires. Twisted metal is just about everywhere. Now, it may be tough to believe, but the innocent driver's car actually looks worse. Right now, this is what we know. Houston police tried to pull over the driver of a black Mercedes for a traffic violation. However, detectives say the driver hit the gas and sped down Westheimer Road. That's where the suspect crashed into a black Cadillac. The collision so forceful, the innocent driver's car split in half. The suspect tried to run from the scene, but was arrested. Authorities say the suspect had 2 passengers with him. They were both taken to the hospital. The condition of the innocent driver and the suspect driver are unknown at this time. Now we're giving you guys a live look at investigators. They are still here at the scene looking for every possible piece of evidence. So what's the motive? Why did the suspect run from police, putting lives at risk and causing this chaotic accident? Well, right now, that's exactly what detectives are trying to find out. Stay tuned for more information coming up at 6:30. Now reporting live in Houston, Vincent Crivelli, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
Okay, Vincent, thank you.
I feel sorry for the people. They didn't deserve that. The innocent people that got hit had their car split in half. Oh, I need somebody to help me with this because I thought this was Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver. Somebody need to help me with this. Can somebody help me with this? Yeah. I thought this
was killed in North Texas over the weekend. Eddie Haskell was best known for his role on NBC's Surface. Fox 4's Dan Goddard is here. Actually, he's in the Green Prairie Police Department in front of there with the very latest on this case. Dan?
Good morning, Lauren. There's no word yet from Grand Prairie Police about a motive for this killing. After Eddie Haskell was 30 years old, TMZ is reporting he was shot while outside of his girlfriend's apartment very early Sunday morning. Haskell was born in Corsicana, Texas, and he had been landing acting roles since he was a teenager. Grand Prairie Police say they responded to a shooting call a little before 2 a.m. Sunday along West Barton Road. That's near Highway 360 on the south side of Grand Prairie. Officers provided first aid at the scene. Haskell was then taken to a hospital where he died. The statement from police was brief. There are reports that a car was taken from the scene and later recovered. Haskell was probably best known for starring in the NBC sci-fi series Surface, as well as appearing in Devious Maids on the Lifetime channel, as well as the Oscar-nominated film.
All right, who cares? Yeah, I don't know who the hell he was. I thought this was Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver. You remember the Big Brother best friend? I thought that was Eddie Haskell. That's Eddie Haskell. So my bad. I don't know who that is. Marine gets multiple life sentences. What the heck did he do? What the heck did he do? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's live there.
Life sentences for horrific acts of torture. NBC4's Vicky Vargas tells us more.
Diabolical and driven by greed. Prosecutors say that was Hussein Nayeri's motive when he kidnapped, tortured, and mutilated a marijuana dealer in 2012.
I am truly sorry for what you all have been through. Our wicked nightmare, plus 1,000 other words that he had, just described the service.
In court, the former Marine offered an apology to his victim, whose body was burned with a blowtorch, then doused with bleach.
While engaging in this horrific act, the defendants were laughing and chanting, quote, back and forth, back and forth.
The victim calls his injuries horrific.
From the psychological standpoint, I live with the feeling of always looking up my shoulder, never feeling 100% safe in any one location for any period of time.
Then Hussein Nayeri blasted the justice system for sending him to state prison to serve 2 life terms without parole.
John Wayne would have been there by months later.
Friday night in San Francisco.
It was while he was awaiting trial on the torture case that Nayeri and 2 other inmates escaped from the Orange County jail. They were captured 8 days later. Prosecutors say he will eventually be tried on the escape charges. The judge said what Nayeri did took planning and sophistication, ordering him to state prison, and said, "This is where you will spend the remainder of your life, sir." In Newport Beach, Vicky Vargas, NBC4 News.
I said down. Torturing somebody with a blowtorch. God damn, that's rough right there. All right, let's get back to our boy Trump. Hey.
Pandemic so far. The nation's 7-day average of new cases has now hit 81,336. This is nearly double where it was just a month ago, when the new case average was just under 42,000. There are 35 states that are seeing more new infections this past week than the week before. And now the modeling team often cited by the White House is forecasting nearly 400,000 COVID deaths by February. The nation's leading infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, told the Washington Post this, quote, "We're in for a whole lot of hurt. It's not a good situation. All the stars are aligned in the wrong places as you go into the fall and winter season with people congregating at home indoors. You could not possibly be positioned more poorly." Well, the president continues to falsely claim that the U.S. is rounding the turn on the virus. We are not. And now President Trump is suggesting that he might fire Dr. Anthony Fauci. As he complained about media coverage of the virus at his rally in Florida overnight, here's how the crowd responded.
Don't tell anybody, but let me wait till a little bit after the election. I appreciate it.
I want to bring in our senior medical correspondent, Elizabeth Cohen, to talk about this. The crowd there chanting, "Fire Fauci," and the president responding, "Let me wait until a little bit after the election." Can the president fire Dr. Fauci?
You know, first I want to say, what a coward, right? If President Trump really wanted to fire Fauci, he should have the guts, and guts is my second choice of words. He should have the guts to do it now, right? The fact that he's saying, "I won't do it now," speaks volumes about him and about how popular and effective Dr. Fauci is. So technically, Brianna, our CNN reporting tells us that the president cannot fire Fauci. Could he pressure Dr. Fauci's boss, who is named Dr. Francis Collins? Could he pressure Dr. Collins to fire Dr. Fauci? That's possible, but Dr. Collins said, "I won't do it." He's been asked and he won't do it. The two men are very close. They have worked together for many, many years. Now, could the president pressure Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar to orchestrate the firing of Fauci? Technically, maybe he could, but I think it's important to remember Alex Azar is an attorney. He's a professional with a long career behind him. Would he really, and hopefully ahead of him, would he really want his epitaph to read, you know, "Alex Azar, I'm the idiot and the coward who fired Dr. Fauci, the smartest guy in the room"? I would imagine not. Now, to take it a step further, in the middle of a pandemic, right? And to take it a step further, could President Trump, get rid of Azar, get rid of Collins, put in stooges who would fire Fauci? That's possible. And if it were any other president, Brianna, I would say, no way. There is no way that's going to happen. But with President Trump, when he gets into one of his little, childish, baby-like temper tantrums, he does weird things. So, I wouldn't put anything past him. Brianna?
All right, well, let's hope that the urge wears off. We'll see. Elizabeth Cohen, thank you so much.
So, let me pull him again. Naya says, "I'm surprised the doctor didn't resign." Why would he resign when there's a chance that Trump might not get reelected? He been at that post for 20-something years. Why would he let Trump run him off? On election day, the CV is at its highest that it's been. This ain't showing you the poor job that the government has done with the CV. Last night when we looked, we had 83,000 cases. New cases in one day. That's a high. 93,000. Wait a minute, was it 93 or 83? We were going down until we got to Montana and Maine and Hawaii. Everybody was in the thousands. Matter of fact, let's go take a look. Hello? 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 All right. So do a refresh, Naya. Matter of fact, I'll do a refresh. Oh Lord, my neighbor's at it again. Now they really slammed the wall hard because I brought the sensor 2 inches away from the wall. So for it to go off, they had to bang it really hard. Since the number's not in yet, does anybody know how to screen share? Anybody know how to screen share? Well, rather than asking y'all, let me take it up. Because we got to get rid of one of these folders. Let's get rid of this one first. All right, there we go. This StreamYard sucks. That's it. Okay, hold on a sec. Wait a minute. Let me do something real quick. Go to apps and features. Default apps. Where's video player? No. We got to change this. Give me Windows Media. Yeah, Windows Media, please. Thank you. All right, let's try this again. Now, please play. All right, there we go. All right. Now let's come back.
All right, let's roll.
Windows Media Player, share.
What's going on? I'm heading to 7-Eleven. There's something to snack on.
All right, can y'all see that?
I just hope we got no battery to get there. We on the move.
Hey.
So I ain't gonna lie. You know, I got my gloves on. Somebody trying to make my hands cold. I got our mix on. They gonna do
Bring my beat back. Come on. Come on. Hey.
Next week, so they can get up and vote.
We're gonna move that light over there so we can get that full view. Know when to hold down, know when to fold down, know when to walk away, know when to ride.
I gotta get up to
Come on. I was getting done. I can't know anything. That's my shout out to Kenny Rogers.
We well lit. Matter of fact, we more well lit than somebody that they was in the car. We more well lit. Look at that hill we coming up to. Look at that incline. That's incline. Deadly. Look at that incline, y'all. God, I'm gonna turn the power down. That's halfway. Alright. Turn the power down halfway. You say some Larry.
Let's say Trump look angry in this photo. This for y'all that didn't ride with me this morning. Come see it in 360. 360 degrees. Come on.
And I was just talking 30 miles per hour. You really can't make out the detail. We're going 2 miles per hour.
This spot gets hot when I hit your block.
You can see how stupid it is on them saving battery problems.
The spot gets hot when I hit your block.
We sit back and relax.
The spot gets hot when I hit your block. Your jaws drop when I start to rock.
You always see the scooter slow down. It's the scooter job to get me up the hill. I ain't got you nothing. But just sit here and relax. I'm good. Relax. I got it on halfway. Look at that. Look at that. Straight up the seat. Like I say, you didn't want this like you in good shape. Let me that car and you just drive everywhere. You're in good shape. Look how people think about it. Now I could try to speed up, but I said I'm going to burn my battery.
Let me just say. And the pound back if I need it. You see? Whatever you got. Not work. And we're gonna move that other light. That's the light right here. We're gonna move it over. On the motor. Don't go in the direction. Are you going up? And when we get over the hill, we're gonna go these. But this is saving very calm. Yeah, we're going slow, but it's saving very calm. Hey! A lot of people be trying to do mobile live, but they won't come out the hood. And the mobility still. Bop, 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 bop. Hey. I bet you won't see none of them doing that. Bop, 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 bop. They're gonna be in that car with the doors locked. Bop, 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 bop. There's a market right there. I'm like, what's it open? They're open till 6 o'clock, 4 hours from now. So, you gotta pass me by. And that song says, you not passing me by. Once it's the market, I'm passing you by. This is what separates me from the other jokers on YouTube. You like to go full speed when we get over here. Right now, we're still ready. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 beat. I ain't got to say later. Like I said, it's cold out here. This is the first day. Bum, 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 bum. We out here with the barrel, and it's cold. Bum, 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 bum. You talking to this robot? Bum, 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 bum. This is the difference. Come on with the breakdown. Bro, there, road. Can you do this time now? Come on. Hit it. We don't need no music. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Well, now you know about the one-man show. Well, now you know about the one-man show. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. I'm not a rapper. I'm a battler, a scrapper. Someone who's in this for the sport. In 50 years, no one's extinguished my torch. I'm still blazing. I'm still raising hell. Riff after riff. You know I never fell to another. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. I stay crisper than the crust of a week old pie. I stay true to the game, that's no lie. I show no fear because you suckers are queer. Rushing through your lyrics on the track is when you slow down. That shit sound whack. You lack content. You're like $1 that's already spent, useless. Go home and play with your guns or your knives or yourselves. Ooh, I didn't mean to go there. Why don't you enter the lair of the lion's den of the Leo, who steals the show from the yo-yo bros who can flow with the mics in their hand. They get castrated by me, the one-man band, the one brother who's unlike no other. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug.
Oh, we got a big bump here.
You won't show me love because I'm not a thug. You won't show me love because I'm not a thug.
Oh, we got a big bump from there. No man, no seven. I agree.
We're gonna move that light over to the other end. See what my hand is? We're gonna move that light over there.
All right. See if we can get in here. Come on.
No daggone doors. No automatic doors.
And we did it. Well, no. All right. No help at all. All right. Turn that off. How you doing?
Now see what I mean, the way you get a total 360-degree view. Hey, Snazzy girl. What's going on? Hey, Snazzy, did you vote today? Who you vote for? You say you're going to lay down and turn on the news. We got a couple days before we know who won. All the votes got to be counted up. All the ballots. I can speed this up. Ain't nothing going on here. All right. Come on, give them a move.
You know, really? But you know,
let's go.
We got enough to get started with. They haven't finished this construction yet. This don't make no sense. I'm gonna say it.
We ain't got no suspension. I ain't turn my lights on. Where your lights at, sir? Where your lights at, sir?
Uh-oh. Just say we down on one bar. That's not good.
Why don't you turn the lights on?
We might be using the power bank after all. Put our gloves on. Wait, the other one?
Let's take it back on in. I'm in the middle of the street with no lights on. Frequency behind you. Over the hoodie. Can't really see behind it. Oh. Let's go. Why not turn the lights on? Wait a minute. We don't have. There we go. Did it turn off? Yeah, it turned off. You son of a gun. Technology fails sometimes. Hurry up. Before it turns off. Alright. And where's the one we stuck right here? We gotta turn our lights on. I really can't see that, but it's better than that. Let's go. All right, now we ready. You said it's music.
Music.
Yes, I voted to the video up. Snazzy. They made me turn the cameras off though while I was inside. Oh, excuse me. You know, I got my voter sticker. All right, Snazzy, have a good night, dear. What about you? All right, let's take it back. The real light on the trailer. Back and relax. I can't believe I just spent $26. I could have had enough food for like 3 days. $26. What? Gotta do what you gotta do. Good, you know, right? This stuff looks like that. You got me in the middle, got me on the wrong side of the street. See how we got black spot over here? I'm gonna aim this light more to the right. And I'm gonna aim this light. It's actually being undercut by the big one. I'm gonna aim that one to that side. So we can get full coverage. I hear pump coming already. No, they ain't going to the market, they ain't open. And it's Lord, he coming this way. Hopefully I'll come through. Oh. This mirror ain't showing me nothing. Look at that steep incline we gotta go up there. That's fine. Uh-oh, the other light came on. That's good. We're off full. When we start going up here, we're trying to power that now. And then I got it 3/4 of the way. Alright, let's try to power that. There you go. You're probably saying, well, why are you trying to power that? Look at that incline. I'm going to save energy by moving. How they would walk, this speed. Like they were young. In a really good shape. This is the speed they would walk at. They got people there. They got people in behind there. We're using a lot of battery right now, but I turned the energy down. So even though we're going slow, making it easy on the motor. We're going slow. We only got one more deal. We got this Central Park Light Reagan. That's the last deal. Everything up down here. One more street. Look how steep this is. Relax. I don't like being in the street going this stuff. Ain't nobody out in the street. See anything coming? We just want the power energy. Let me try to power up there. Try to power up some. Get a little bit of speed. Y'all think you still going uphill? I got the power up though. You're still going uphill. I thought we keep going down. Y'all know we got nothing. And nothing good. Because I got to talk to you tonight. You're talking about free. Why do people say the dumb free? I think and they really don't know how to say what they want to say. And so they say something like, you know what I'm saying, or you know what I mean? Because they ran out of something to say. They don't know how to say what they want to say. They just don't know how to say it. Y'all can see me trying to go downhill a little bit, right? Then we going right back on hill and then we going straight uphill. So you get a little breeze. This why I don't ride the bike this way. I take Brooklyn. Don't forget, y'all, we broadcasting at 5.1. Yeah. When I'm on the bike, I take Brooklyn because it's more level. With the scooter, you do all the work. So, what I got to climb up? Scooter do all the work. I'm just saying, scooter do all the work. Come on. All right, y'all keep going downhill. It ain't that long. But guess what? It's kind of climb. Y'all see that hill? Look at you. Y'all make the kind of power up to get across I'm almost to the house, y'all. We're going to check the results in a minute. I just hope I don't overspeak and miss the election. That's what I'm worried about. Once we going uphill, we'll slow down. We got one more hill to go up. Then we'll check on the results. Don't forget, if y'all got 5.1 systems, crank them up. This is the busiest sheep right here. And we just off the light. Coming up that hill, we just off the light. Oh, no. We're not in 5.1. Oh, shit. Come on back in the middle. Woo! Watch them turn right up here. You know it. Nobody outside. You got to find somebody. Ain't nobody outside here. All right, long as you go back that orange light, you good. This is the last hill right here. Everything up down. Now please slow it down. But we almost done with it too. And if the light go on, I'll slow it down. I tell you, it's nice to have vehicles. You can go where you got to go. Even though it's not a car, you're going where you got to go. But you ain't walking. You got breath when I'm down there. You might roll up on you all the time. Well, I can't wait till we get the stimulus. I'm thinking about getting that electric XP. I just don't like the fact that it don't have no but I know it got a 500 watt motor and it can peak at 800 watts. So that means it can give you a big help. But I'll be better. You know, of course you want to better. We down on one light, but she going downhill now. Yeah, now we're going down the mountain. You like walk from the house? We almost to the house, y'all. Going downhill. You already set the mailbox. We go straight out. It's still going on. All right, reset. All right, 2 blocks in the house, not even 2 blocks. You get home, you go to the house and relax a little bit. Now you get in your territory. Feel like you're going up. Bum, bum. Of Jesus Christ. Look out your hope. Bum, bum. But at the same time, I gotta make sure that Rodero got it what he needs. So that with the power, he can do something with it. That's what you don't understand. All right, we hungry. Yeah, I forgot to ask for mustard. Doggone it. That's all right. I still got mayonnaise from the chicken fish. There we go. Yeah. All right, we are home. See how we got that dark spot over there where I'm at? It's a light, but it's actually shining. It's under it. See it right there? We need to bring that light. We need to bring it over. All right, I'm home. All righty. Let me go over here and delete that. Because we got it on video now. Delete. We only need to have it on the PC. All right, let's go check out these results. Anybody still here? Let's go check out these results. We lost our other window. Open it back up. New window. All right. And come back. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. We got screen share again. Oh, yeah, I want to show y'all something. even though we really not using it, we really not using it because we on the StreamYard. I don't know if StreamYard can handle it, but I want to show y'all something real quick. Okay, can we go to screen share? Can I share my screen with y'all? Can I share my screen with y'all? Where is it? Can y'all look on this window right here? Can y'all see this? Can y'all see what that says right there? Dolby Home Theater. Can y'all see that? Get a convincing 5.1 channel surround sound experience. Y'all see that? Dolby Pro Logic. I just want to see, do y'all see that? For those of y'all think that we don't have it. Y'all see that, right? On your screen. You see that, right? All right. I just wanted to make sure y'all saw that. Because, you know, you got a lot of haters out here. And Liz will tell you, I've been working on that all day. I was working on that all morning. When I came back in from the trip, I worked on that all morning, and we're not using the OBS. The OBS is putting out 5.1. I don't know what this StreamYard is putting out. We got the free version, so I might, but I'm nothing. Just know. Y'all might not care. Y'all might not care. But just now. Just because our pockets ain't loaded don't mean we ain't doing the damn thing. And we didn't pay nothing for it. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about getting a sound card, an external one, and an external one with an HDMI plug. So we ain't got to use the we won't have to use the audio. We can use the audio straight from there. All right, let's go into what's going on with the news. We down to 8 people. Where everybody go? You want to check this stuff now? Everybody gonna abandon me? Boom, boom.
There are a number of other states, North Carolina, which Joe Biden is looking really strong in right now. Even Ohio, where Joe Biden is surprisingly showing some strength. I saw Major talking about some of the exit poll numbers that look really, really strong for Biden coming out. So, and then of course, there's that upper Rust Belt wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, where we know Biden has shown some enduring strength in the polls leading up to Election Day. So there's a lot of paths for Joe Biden. That's the value of having a lot of different ways that you can get to 270. Biden certainly has that, and there's nothing that we've seen tonight that changes that. I think Florida, for a lot of Democrats like me, Florida has been doing this to Democrats for probably my entire political lifetime. So there's really no surprise there. Even if you just go back to 2018, right? We were I remember we were sitting around a desk and Andrew Gillum was the candidate for governor, right? And a lot of people thought he was going to win, and we had a similar reaction. So nothing's really changed that would preclude Joe Biden from winning the presidency tonight.
All right, well, Caitlin, in terms of campaign events, we have seen President Trump hit that campaign trail really with such an accelerated pace here in the final days before Election Day. We saw Joe Biden hit the campaign trail as well. What do the places where these candidates visited, what does that actually tell us about how each side is feeling and where it is that they are prioritizing their efforts?
Well, it certainly signals where they think the best path to victory is, or where they could potentially cut into their opponent's margins. It's been really striking to be on the ground here in Pennsylvania because this is well-trodden terrain by both of these candidates. Over the past couple of days, Pennsylvania voters have likely seen or heard about or seen in their local news a visit by these candidates.
several stops made by President Trump over the past couple of days, several stops made by Joe Biden, who returned back to Pennsylvania today, his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania. He visited. I think that really shows you where this campaign feels they could potentially put this race away. If they can block off the president's path to victory here in Pennsylvania, they believe that they could block off his victory to the White House, the president's victory. But they also have been saying, the Biden campaign has been telling us that they don't need to have Pennsylvania if they can win some of these other states. That's why, because we may not have results here on election night in Pennsylvania, that's why we're looking at states like Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. Keep an eye on those, and that will tell us kind of where this race is headed.
So, Leslie, we're not sure if the president is going to actually address the American people tonight. What is it you think is factoring into that decision, even though we obviously still don't have anywhere near any final results? Leslie, can you hear me? All right, I think we've lost our audio connection with Leslie. So, Caitlin, very quickly in our final minute here. So, there are legal challenges that are expected here on both sides, right? Both of these campaigns have been preparing for that.
Absolutely. Both teams have a team of lawyers, and that's not out of the ordinary. But again, if it comes down to a state like where I am, where they're going to be potentially scrutinizing every ballot, that's where these legal challenges could come. The state Supreme Court here said that ballots can be accepted up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. Remember, that went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court kicked it back, but did not rule out potentially ruling on it after Election Day. So both campaigns teamed up to fight for every single vote if it comes down to it.
All right, Caitlin Huey Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Joel Payne, thank you all for joining us tonight. We are going to take a short break, but now is a good time to remind you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS app. CBS News, always on.
All right, so we up to date for the moment. Why they go to commercial? What are you doing? Right here. Why they go to commercial? I ought to be ashamed of myself. Hold on. Snazzy said she sent the CNN video. All right. Snazzy, we'll play that next. And then where did I put it? Is it under Liz? Is it under Liz or is it under Oh, this thing went way back. Killing it. Yo, I find myself watching this guy. I just find it hilarious. Let's just check him out for a minute. He is friggin' hilarious.
They like lock people out of their computers or hold you hostage. Sometimes they're still on the phone right at this point, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, you're going to need to pay because you have a hacker or a virus on your computer. And if you don't pay, you're not going to be able to get in. It's pretty frustrating. And that's part of why I'm here, just raising awareness about this while we have some fun. All right, let's see if we can press F to unlock. Okay, it wasn't that. 1. We did a chat. Oh boy.
They locked him out of the computer. The password was 1.
That was a secure password.
But I'm telling you, it is a mistake. You're supposed to renounce the rest of the amount, sir.
Wait, whose mistake is it? Because that sounds more like a you problem, not a me problem, Kevin.
Sir, I will kill myself. I will do suicide.
Okay, I'm done.
I will kill myself.
Stop, Kevin. It's not funny. I know you're a scammer. You have crossed an incredibly disgusting line, and it is not funny. That is absolutely disgusting. That is way too far, Kevin. Like, it was funny for a minute. because you actually thought that I spent $48,000 and I didn't. I know you didn't send a dime to me. I know that this whole time you were just pretending to be someone who worked at Microsoft, but that is, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself.
Oh, that's easy. Okay.
Ma'am, why did you do this? Why did you do this?
Yeah.
Ma'am, why did you do this?
Hold on. Let me go ahead and do the next card for you then, Steve.
Are you mad? Are you mad? Why are you leaving God?
Hello, Steve?
Well, actually, this is not Kevin Wilson, and to be honest with you,
that's fine.
You have to be honest.
As long as you're like an officer who can help me.
To be honest with you, you have to be honest with you. It's a.
Oh man!
What made these places so? And this is a scam.
What? Yeah? Seriously?
Yes, sir. So don't call the number back. I'm not Kevin Wilson. If I were Kevin Wilson, yeah, he might have, tried to skip you out of your money.
Dude, thank you for being honest, man. That props to you, dude. Seriously. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm actually, planning to just get out of this very soon. So as long as I'm here, I'm just waiting for my wages. So
dude,
I'm just
wait for a check.
Yep.
If you're being legit right now, I'm so excited about that.
I have any need for that, but
You wanna go with your husband today? Shall I give you a bullet in your head?
Give me a bullet in your head.
is this a joke? I was telling you I have money behind the curtains. Did you just threaten me?
Yes, I did it.
Who are you? You said this was recorded by the government. You can't kill a United States citizen.
I am going to kill you. Just open the door.
Am I on candid camera? Is this a joke?
This is not a joke. Just open the door.
Are you kidding right now?
I'm not kidding right now.
It's one thing to
Open the
lie,
door.
dude. It's one thing to lie and try to cheat and steal, but to tell someone you're gonna murder them, so you're just gonna delete all the viruses off my desktop?
Yeah.
I think if you click try again, yeah, the more you click try again, okay, you got it.
Sure.
So now I don't have any viruses on my computer, or
No, everything is secure now. Yes.
wow. So you did that for free? You didn't even have to like charge me
Yes,
anything?
sir. No, sir, you do not take any charge.
You didn't even have to try to like syskey me or something?
No, sir, nothing like that.
What kind of scammer are you, dude? I thought you were supposed to try to take money from me.
No, this is for security which we're doing, okay?
Okay.
So thank you very much.
So
Have a great bye-bye.
so you are with Microsoft then?
No, sir, we're not.
You know I'm on a virtual machine, right? So like it literally doesn't matter that you're just.
Steve, I'm going to go ahead and I'll do this for you, and you don't have to send me the picture of your agreement until afterwards. If that makes you feel more comfortable, you can send me the picture whenever you want. Maybe whenever it's more convenient for you. After we do this, okay?
Hey, you bitch! Hey, you bitch! Do you listen to me? Do you listen to me?
I'm going to take $100 away from you. I told you not to use it.
Do not redeem!
Okay.
Do not redeem! Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!
What?
Do not redeem the card!
Yes, I'm
Do not
redeeming the
redeem
card.
the
I'm
card!
redeeming the card.
No! No! No!
Okay, fine. How would you like to make the payment? Are you using a credit card or a debit card
Now,
to make
do you
the payment?
accept? Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with this. Do you accept draw cards?
Which cards?
I'm talking about Updog, UPDOG.
UPDLG.
No, Updog. You don't know what that is?
Updog, what is Updog? UPDOG.
Not much. How about you? Oh, my grandson says that all the time. It's a good one.
I
just
already
to lighten
we
the mood a little
have
bit.
only. I'm back.
Oh, okay, good.
Hello.
Okay,
Your
good.
clicker is in. Abbe, tera wanga.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get it added to the account.
Abbe, why you are adding into your account? Abbe, mother chode.
Okay, so I have 500 added.
Man, you don't need to do this. Randi ka ladki hai, tumhara maa ka chodo.
Yeah, no, I put the first card on the. I put my first card on the account.
No, you can do that.
I'll get the second one on there too. It'll be fine. Hold on, just give me a second.
Oh.
Hold on a second. Let me
Arey.
see. Why are you
You
yelling?
don't need to do that.
Why are you
You don't
yelling at
need
me
to do
right
that.
now?
You have wasted $500.
No, I haven't. I just added it to the Play Store or whatever.
When advertising on YouTube,
Just only 8 minutes long, yeah. That was it. I downloaded the wrong one, y'all. I downloaded the wrong one. Rachel says, I'm in Virginia and I'm confused because they gave it to Biden, but Trump has more votes than Biden. Naya says, oh my, he was behind in Texas last report I reviewed. We can go look again. He said, media. And that's not me. That's a dude. He be trying to find scammers. Those scammers from India that be trying to get you to tell you that you made a mistake on the refund they supposed to give you, and it supposed to be for like $300, and they'll throw a zero in after you type 300 and say, "Oh no, we transferred you 3,000. You were supposed to get 300, so you owe us 3,700." And then they try and get you to go to the store and get a gift card. And then when you come back, you read them the numbers off the gift card, and then they put the gift card in their own account. And then they move on to the next person, and you lose your money. And then you find out that the money was transferred from your savings to your checking, and you get burnt. You know, you get burnt for $2,700, $4,000. They were trying to get $48,000 on one episode. It was like 4 people trying to scam him. He was just working them. I find it funny. Mother Farmer said he won election news, and I just see the first. I don't know, but we back. I know I'm at to edit this video like crazy. Go to share screen. I think that was the problem. All right, now let's go back. Do a refresh.
Welcome back. We got a call. Senator Cory Gardner is going back to Colorado, and former Governor John Hickenlooper, the Democrat, will pick up that seat. So that's one more in the Democrats' column in their race to try to regain control of the United States Senate.
All right, we want to bring in right now Democratic Senator and former presidential candidate Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Thank you for being with us. What do you see this evening that tells you where we're going, Senator?
I see in the next hour or so, you're going to have a lot of focus on the Midwest and the West. Big news to you. Just kidding. I think what you see is what we've known all along, and that is that these critical states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are going to be where it's at. And Joe Biden had to win these states from the beginning. I still think North Carolina is because of the Senate race there as well. I've been talking about North Carolina for days. And then as we head west, we've got Arizona and Nevada and many other places. And I think one of the messages of the night is suburban women, and that Joe Biden is doing better than a lot of people predicted in the suburbs. I think a lot of that is the president's attitude and how he's divided people, whereas Biden has said, look, I'm going to be the president for all of America. Red, blue, I don't care. I don't care if you voted for me. If you didn't, I'm going to be your president. Really important in the Midwest.
So you think this thing's moving to the Midwest? How does that blue wall look today?
It's looking pretty strong. The fact that we are so competitive in Ohio and doing so well in like the Cincinnati suburbs, the fact that Iowa is still in play, but it's mostly, as you know, those two states of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, it's going to take a while to get their votes counted. They just started today, and I think your viewers know that, but they've got to remember that, whereas Minnesota and Michigan may be coming in sooner. And so it's going to be a lot about that. The fact that we've got 4 Democratic governors in those states that have been having to bear the brunt of leading through the coronavirus. People know that in our states, whereas the president has shoved everything down to these governors. You've got a lot of things going on where these states have changed politically since 2016.
Senator, you've mentioned the blue wall. You've said it's going to stay strong, but of course, you would have liked to have some cushion. Are you disappointed that so far, at least, the Sun Belt is not turning into a blue wave as some had hoped it might for Joe Biden, at least one of them?
Well, we always know Florida is not an easy state. You didn't have a Senate race going on in that state. And the point is that from the very beginning, from the moment that Joe Biden announced, he has been focused on these Midwestern states. I know because I debated him, ran against him, did my Blue Wall tour. And one of the reasons that I endorsed him was that I felt that he would see the importance of these states where people felt left behind over the last decade. Donald Trump's policies, whether it's on trade, whether it's on manufacturing, have left a lot of people behind. And that's even before the pandemic started.
Real quick, Senator Klobuchar, let's talk about your home state of Minnesota, because Republicans had hoped to make it competitive. They had visited there. It was close in 2016. Hillary Clinton only won it by 1.6%. You feel
no, we didn't get flagged.
Minnesota going blue for Biden tonight?
I do. We have really
it was errors that I made, Liz.
Campaign. We've all hung together.
We didn't get flagged.
Some key congressional races that I hope at some point you guys will get to. Tina Smith is doing well. I predict she will win. And we've had a huge voter turnout, despite some efforts by the Republicans at the last minute to stop votes from being counted. So we feel good about our state.
All right. Thank you, Senator Amy Klobuchar. I appreciate it very much.
All right, Andrea Mitchell is here. That's a part of the country where the president really tried to hammer home this message of law and order and take back the streets and Antifa. How did that go? What's the exit poll tell us?
The exit polling is telling us that it did not take with suburban white women. Overwhelmingly, their most important issue was the economy, and more than half believe that Black Lives Matter is a good thing, and a positive attitude toward Black Lives Matter. Nearly half believe that there is racial inequality in the justice system. So that whole law and order appeal after the demonstrations and the protests, some of which did turn violent, did not take hold in that appeal to suburban white women voters.
All right, Andrea, thanks very much. We've got some Senate calls, or at least some characterizations to show you. South Carolina, this is Lindsey Graham, who's faced an onslaught of money from the Harrison camp, but too early to call. Graham leads right now there.
All right, let's go to Nebraska, where NBC projects Ben Sasse, the incumbent, is headed back to Congress rather handily. We'll also keep an eye on that one congressional district in Nebraska that often flips, and we'll see how that is going in a few moments.
We'll take a break here. Be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage after this.
Joe Biden won the District of Columbia. Man.
You ready to go to work? I am so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcast.
Why do you keep holding on to that? I don't want the commercials. We don't want the commercials. It's too early to call right now. Anything worth looking at? So we could go. Wait a minute. Police chief talking to Trump.
What happened in Minneapolis to George Floyd and everything that's happening there and around the country is a crucial test of your profession. You've said that. It's a crucial test of our profession in terms of law enforcement. I need to ask you this because some of the latest news is that President Trump, as we know, has had a conference call with governors. And some of that audio has come out and we're using it. And in it, he says to governors, he says, you're weak. He says, many of you should be not showing this weakness. We're laughing stocks. You need to dominate. You need to dominate. I want to ask you not to, if you don't want to, comment on the President of the United States. But is the right direction for police today in this environment to go out and dominate and to show that they're quote unquote not weak? What should the police be doing now to calm this terrible situation?
Let me just say this to the President of the United States on behalf of the police chiefs in this country. Please, if you don't have something constructive to say, keep your mouth shut, because you're putting men and women in their early 20s at risk. It's not about dominating, it's about winning hearts and minds. And let's be clear, we do not want people to confuse kindness with weakness, but we don't want ignorance to ruin what we've got here in Houston. And speaking for my colleagues across the country, where their officers are being injured, community members are being injured, if you don't have something to say, like Forrest Gump, then don't say it, because that's the basic tenets of leadership, and we need leadership now more than ever. And it hurts me to no end, because whether we vote for someone, we don't vote for someone, it's still our president. But it's time to be presidential and not try to be like you're on The Apprentice. This is not Hollywood. This is real life, and real lives are at risk. And I ask the American people to please join with the police stand together. Let's shift this to where it needs to be, to the voting booth. Pay attention to the hearts and of the people that we elect. And the reason this stuff happens is because too many people right now in this country that are throwing bricks and damaging property never bother to vote. So you have a choice. Lift up your voice, be heard in the voting booth, and continue to march peacefully. So the focus remains on bad policing, criminal policing. And let's be real honest, this is not just about policing. It's about society and this disproportionality of the things going on in our country, from education to health to food to everything that we all as human beings hold near and dear. So please don't react to that. If we just hug one another, the only thing that will happen to overcome hate is love and engagement. Let's engage and let's do what we can control, which is our own actions, our own hearts, and exercise without fail our right to vote.
Police Chief Azevedo, those are very strong words, and particularly you are a Cuban immigrant. You came when you were 4 years old to the United States, and you are the police chief, the first such in the city of Houston. So I want to ask you lastly, there have been reforms planned, made. For instance, in Minneapolis, the police force did implement training on implicit bias, on mindfulness, de-escalation, crisis intervention. It did diversify the department's leadership. It did create tighter use of force standards. It adopted body cameras. In other words, it did all this stuff, but it did not work. Chief Azevedo, what is it going to take? How much reform? How many of these playbooks? What is it going to take?
Listen, Christian, that's a great question. And here's my response from my heart. What we're seeing is not just about the death of George Floyd. What we're seeing is a response to not just police brutality. What we're seeing is a response to disproportionality of wealth and everything else in this country. Let's not kid ourselves. Unfortunately, when good policing happens, which happens every day in our country, it doesn't make the news. Tens of millions of contacts every year in very dynamic situations, it doesn't make the news. We're the most visible cog of government, and when we get it wrong, there's no excuse. We can't excuse it. We have to accept it. But don't kid yourself into believing that the rage is just because of what happens with police. It's about society from pre-K education all the way up. So please, let's just keep moving the ball. I promise you that the police chiefs are willing to lead. We need police labor union leaders. It's time for them to either step up and be part of the solution, or we're just going to have to get elected officials to be doing what they need to do, which is to do everything.
But the farmer said, I'll get something and get the virus. Police says if Trump wins, I'm leaving YouTube.
Professionals and really deserve our support.
Well, Chief Azevedo, we thank you, and we thank you for leading by example.
All right, commercial should be over. Commercial should be over. Wait a minute. No, refresh.
This is an ABC News special. America is voting
right on
in
time.
record numbers. So who will be your next president?
I'm the
George
candidate of police officers, the middle class, law-abiding, hard-working American patriots, and others.
There will be no blue states or red states, just the United States. I'll work as hard for those who vote against me as those who voted for me, because that's what a president's supposed to do.
Live from New York City and across the country, Election Night 2020. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Coming up on 10 p.m. in the East, and we have a long way to go on this Election Night 2020. That's where things stand right now. Joe Biden has won 9 states, 89 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 10 states, 72 electoral votes, but all of the big battlegrounds are still out there right now. The polls have still just closed in 4 additional states. Let's take a look at that right now. State of Iowa, key state in the middle of the country, 6 electoral votes, key Senate race there as well. We cannot project a winner right there, but Kana Whitworth is on the ground for us in Iowa tonight, where she's focused on the rural vote. Kana.
Yeah, hey, George. So 75% of rural voters cast their ballot for Donald Trump in 2016. It was certainly the case here in Iowa. And this is a place where they are focused on the economy and job security. And 1 in 5 of those jobs is in agriculture. And some of those people are really hurting right now, particularly the farmers. Their crops were decimated by weather. First, they saw the drought and then the windstorm. They're battling COVID-19. And of course, Trump's trade wars with China. Now, the federal government dumped $37 billion into aid to American farmers, but some that I spoke with here in Iowa simply said, that's not enough. It doesn't make them whole, and their vote cannot be bought. One farmer in particular said he simply cannot overlook the lack of civility in the White House, and he cast his vote for Joe Biden. Now, it's important to note here that, of course, Donald Trump has a lot of support. He was made an honorary member of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, which is a big deal here. I also spoke with one farmer who said, finally, someone is standing up to China. He said, quite frankly, that is something that the Obama-Biden administration didn't do, and so he was happy to cast his vote, of course, for Donald Trump. And George, as you mentioned, we have a really tight Senate race here. It is neck and neck. The Republican incumbent, Joni Ernst, pulling ahead in recent polls. She's trying to fend off her Democratic challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Now, so I'm surprised that it's such a battle here for Joni Ernst. She's a rising star in the Republican Party, and Teresa Greenfield, relatively unknown. She describes herself as a businesswoman and a scrappy farm girl, but the Democrats, George, dumped $94 million into her campaign, trying to flip that seat.
Kana Whitworth, thanks very much. The polls have also closed in 3 more states. Polls have closed in the state of Nevada. 6 electoral votes in play. A lot of early voting in that state, but we cannot project a winner yet. Polls have also closed in the state of Utah. Again, a vote by mail state, but we cannot call that yet. 6 electoral votes. And the polls have closed in the state of Montana. 3 electoral votes. Key Senate race there as well, but not enough vote in to make a projection yet. So we want to take another look now at one of the key states in that so-called blue wall for the Democrats, the state of Michigan. Right now, 23% of the expected vote is in, and Donald Trump, it appears, Tanyamas has a huge lead right now.
Yeah, okay, so spoiler alert, it's a little funky right now in Michigan, okay? Let me show you why. The big reason, George, is because we don't have the early vote yet, okay? We don't have the early vote in yet, so we can't sort of work that into our numbers so far. But here's one reason why these numbers at this point don't make sense. Wayne County, you have Donald Trump on top, there's only 3% of the vote in. Macomb County, which is one of those really key counties that President Trump won 4 years ago, the home of the Reagan Democrats, he's way up, but he's way up from where he was 4 years ago. So again, there's not enough vote in. We're going to be looking at places like Grand Rapids. This is Kent County, where President Trump won 4 years ago. But again, these are all areas that 2 years later, Gretchen Whitmer came in that blue wave, and she was able to turn those counties back to blue.
John Carl, this, of course, we saw all the polls leading up to the election day in Michigan. Joe Biden was leading consistently by anywhere from 5 to 10 points in that state. This could be one of those red mirage states.
Yes, it's either the polling was way wrong, was way off, and a lot of pollsters should be fired, or we're seeing a bit of a red mirage here. And remember, in the state of Michigan, there's a lot of mail-in voting, and the state, in most of the state, they don't even open the ballots until today. In some jurisdictions, they started opening them yesterday. It takes time. It takes a long time. They have warned us that the vote in Michigan is likely to take well beyond tonight. So I would expect as that mail-in vote is counted, that's Democratic vote, that margin, those numbers change pretty dramatically.
Let's take a look at the state of Michigan, of Wisconsin as well right now. Let's pull that up. 30% of the expected vote in. A little bit closer there, Tom. More of the vote has been counted, but Donald Trump is slightly ahead.
Yeah, slightly ahead. This is one of the states he won. You know, it was very close here, 23,000 votes. We're going to be talking about Milwaukee. This is so important. 15% of the total vote. Joe Biden is where he needs to be, but he got to bring that number up a little bit. We only have about 30% of the vote in, so he can can catch up there. We're also going to be talking about the wow counties. This is Waukesha, Ozaukee, and some of the others, Washington as well. In Waukesha, President Trump won 4 years ago. This is actually a pretty good lead for him at 60% in. He's holding what he had 4 years ago. That's exactly what he has to do. Still not enough vote in. Like some of these swing counties I can take a look at here. Price, a tiny county, Donald Trump on top, building on his lead there, but only 12%. So it's a little hard to sort of pull data out of here. In Green Bay, Brown County, Donald Trump sort of performing where he needs to be. But again, it's so little here. Kenosha, of course, we want to talk about as well because it had such a big role where we're talking about the social justice that swept across the country with the Jacob Blake shooting there. Donald Trump on top. He won this just barely 4 years ago. He has a big lead right now. But again, I just think that there still needs a lot of vote to come in.
While we're looking at the blue wall, let's pick up Pennsylvania again. Let's take a check back in and see where Pennsylvania is at this point. 23% of the expected vote in.
All right, we got a lot more vote in here, George. So let's take a look. We'll start with Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown, Lackawanna County. President Trump on top right there. He's going to like those numbers. Joe Biden is not. Just south of that, Lucerne. This is Wilkes-Barre, PA. Joe Biden behind again there. He's doing better than Hillary Clinton. That's some good news. But President Trump's still on top. And we got to talk about Philadelphia again. We're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in here. Philadelphia, giant margins. But this is what John Carl was just talking about. George, we just don't have the vote in. Only 9%. Those counties around, this is Bucks County. This is kind of what Montgomery, excuse me. Let me see if we can find Bucks over here. Philadelphia. Let's go over here. Yeah, Chester. Oh, we don't have Bucks yet. Chester's another big suburbs around the Philadelphia area. Joe Biden doing well there. So, look, George, 23%, it's hard to kind of pull any kind of narratives at this point so early in the night. Pittsburgh, we'll look at this because this is where Joe Biden has to run up the score, and there he has at 80%. That's a great number for him, but only 15%. George, it's tough at this hour.
It may be a little early to start to play out narratives, but Emmanuel, let's try to do it a little bit. This is looking a little bit right now like a replay of 2016.
Well, I'm not sure. The problem we have is you have so much early voting, and every state is different of when they count that. And so we're looking at counties, and you can extrapolate. When you look at how close Ohio is, it's basically 6% right now, better than it was in 2016. But you look at, I think it's still going to come down to Pennsylvania. I think this entire election is going to be basically still what everybody thought going into it. But if you look at where Joe Biden was performing in Ohio, Akron, Toledo, Hamilton County, Cuyahoga County, Franklin County, you can extrapolate that that's very good news for both Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. But again, each state counts their early votes. Some of them count before the day of the polls close. And then in Pennsylvania, they don't start counting them. They have still got 3 more days of ballots to come in. So it's going to be very hard, but you do have trend lines that show a performance about working class, older voters, suburban voters, college educated voters.
But so far, we haven't seen, Chris Christie, any big surprises yet. We haven't called any of the battlegrounds at all, and this is going to take
take some time. But George, I think what we know now tonight, after 10 o'clock, is that the predictions that this was going to be a big Biden win are done. And really what this is going to come down to now is a few states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Arizona. And, everything I'm seeing, we haven't called anything yet, but Republicans are very optimistic in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Iowa. And so it's really now
and Ohio.
And Ohio. So you're really coming down to Pennsylvania, Arizona, and get Ohio to a place where everybody is comfortable. So no one was predicting that 24 hours ago. They were predicting 3 to 330 votes for electoral votes for Joe Biden.
As you're talking, I just got some news in my ear, and I want to pull up the state of Arizona because this is potentially big news right here from the state of Arizona. 70% of the expected vote is in from Arizona. There was so much early vote in that state. More than 90% of the 2016 vote came in before Election Day. And one of the things you see right there is that Donald Trump is now losing with 70% of the expected vote into Joe Biden, 55 to 44. Tom Yamas, let's take a dive.
Yeah, George, at this hour, this is a major story and a major development. Not all the vote is in right now, but Maricopa County, this is going to be 3/4 of the total vote in all of Arizona. Joe Biden is on top. 4 years ago, this was a county, let me show you, 4 years ago, this was a county that President Trump won. It was tight, but that Joe Biden has this lead right now is very encouraging news for Democrats. We're going to go to the Democratic stronghold now of Tucson, Pima County. This is where Look at this number, George. I mean, these are the kind of numbers that Joe Biden would want in some of those other battleground states with 80% of the vote in. I'm going to go to this county right here, Yuma. President Trump barely won this. This is a border county. You have conservative agricultural families, but you also have a Latino vote there as well. President Trump looks like he's doing well. He's building on the lead he had 4 years ago. But again, Maricopa County, and Maricopa really is a reflection of America. You have big cities like Phoenix. You have medium-sized cities like Scottsdale, agricultural. You have the universities, the tourist areas. Joe Biden's looking at this number right now. It's going to make him very happy.
David, what do the exit polls say about Arizona?
A couple of things coming out of Arizona right now that are really interesting. First of all, independents outnumber Democrats and Republicans in that state. So let's go right to that. 52% of independents, according to the exit polls, are going with Joe Biden. And when you go down some of these numbers, President Trump's job performance, 53% disapprove of his handling of the jobs. The opinion of Trump, 54% have an unfavorable view. So underwater, and more so than many of the states we've looked at so far. Look at Joe Biden, 50% favorable. And when you start getting into some of these key areas, COVID, Joe Biden has the edge in handling COVID. The economy, though, is Donald Trump's strength, it appears, in Arizona, at least according to the exit polls, at a 3-point lead there, but still very close. One more key area, George, Hispanic and Latino vote. Joe Biden with 63% of the Latino vote tonight in Arizona.
According to the exit polls. John Carl, we know there are national trends at play here, but Arizona has been a deep red state. There's what Tim O'Neill used to say, all politics is local as well. John McCain, the late Senator John McCain, a target of Donald Trump for years. Sidney McCain endorsed Joe Biden. Jeff Flake, former senator from Arizona, Republican conservative, endorsed Joe Biden.
They both endorsed Sidney McCain, spoke at the Democratic convention, and those attacks on John McCain were relentless. He resisted taking the flag down to half staff when McCain died. None of that played well in Arizona. But I do want to have a note of caution on Arizona. Arizona is the reverse of what I was saying about Pennsylvania and Michigan. Arizona is where they've been counting the early vote for weeks. So as the day in vote comes in, I expect Arizona to get a lot closer. And I think Governor Christie made an important point here. This is going to be a long night, and we're going to be a long week. It could be a long week. We're going to need patience. I don't see Joe Biden running away with any of those states in the Sun Belt. We'll see what happens in Arizona, but we're going to be waiting on Pennsylvania. We may be waiting on Michigan and Wisconsin.
George,
go ahead.
One interesting thing from Michigan Republican leadership that just came in the Senate race, in the vote by mail that's been counted so far, about 25% overall counted. Senator Peters is winning by about 20 points in the vote by mail. But on the election day voting, John James is winning by 22 points. So what they're looking at least in the first 25% of the vote, is that it's going to be a very close Senate race in Michigan. We don't know yet what will happen, but there's not a blowout there, and it's doing exactly what John was talking about in Arizona. You know, it's splitting very heavy Democrat on the vote by mail, but very heavy Republican, 22 points on voting today.
The Arizona, I just got a report from the Biden campaign, the Arizona vote by mail is outperforming their ex-model by 70,000 votes. They expected 150,000 margin. They got a 220,000 margin.
Okay, let's go to Nate Silver then and take a look at, Nate, let's look at your forecast and show what happens if the state of Arizona, red in 2016, goes to blue in 2020.
And again, we're going to give Trump Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, where he's probably the favorite at this point. But again, if Biden wins Arizona, then he's going to shoot up to, I think, around 70-some% here. It's not as important for him as Pennsylvania. It's not a Midwestern state, actually more than that, 75%. But, you know, Trump has to hit, like I said, all his marks, and Arizona is one where he would much prefer to have won.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Coming up on 10:15 here in the East, we have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus.
All right, we're taking a break. All right, y'all, let me show y'all this real quick. There you go. Okay, it's not there. Where's the other one? Out the blue, right? Fell down for no reason. Okay, so where did I put it on the list? Where did I put it? No. Well, I had a video to show, but I can't find it. Let me see. Video unavailable.
What exactly is?
Okay. Mhm. Okay, we already saw that. Okay. Unavailable. Here we go.
Keys, but instead she took down the teen who could have handed over her keys, but instead she took down the teen who tried to steal her SUV, holding the man half her age until police could make an arrest.
She beat that boy up. That was that.
Ida Siegel, she told us she wasn't worried about herself. Tell us more, Ida, about what she told you.
Yeah, David and Stacey, the woman in that video put it plainly. She told me she had to do what she had to do, and you can bet her adrenaline was pumping.
Dude tried to steal her car.
Mother on a mission. You're looking at cell phone video of a woman who had just witnessed someone try to steal her car here on Brook Avenue, and she jumped into action.
I came to the side and pulled up and tried to drag him out this way, but I couldn't get him out this way, so he pulled the door and closed the door on me. I jumped across the car, opened this door, and I pulled him out. And then after that, I don't know, I couldn't tell you what happened after that. I just had to do what I had to do.
Taisha Jones told us she was getting ready to take her son to school, used the automatic car starter to turn the car on, and then saw the man inside it. She didn't know it, but someone was recording her as she pummeled the thief to the ground.
I thought you had to kill him. That's the thing. He thought you had to kill him.
Instead, she held him there until police arrived. Police then took 19-year-old Bernardino Santiago into custody. Taisha had already torn off his shirt during the scuffle. Were you scared for yourself?
I couldn't tell you that because I was on adrenaline. I just was worried about Black Beauty. That's all I was worried about.
Taisha says her car is her lifeline, the only way she can get to her many doctor's appointments. And her car had already been broken into twice before.
Well, they just broke this window last week. Just last week, they broke my window. So I guess that's when you got a whooping for the old and the new.
Santiago was charged with attempted grand larceny and possession of stolen property. Reporting live from Mott Haven, Ida Siegel, News 4, New York. All right, safe to say he picked the wrong person.
Yeah, you don't know who you're messing with yet. Don't be taking people for granted. There go Yoko Ono on you. Naya said, gee, she's brave. No, somebody was trying to steal her car. She. It's amazing how it don't pop up. And this is the one with the Mac. Yeah, we don't want that. Do a refresh.
Was Jeff Sessions' seat, and Jeff Sessions left the seat to become Donald Trump's attorney general and to become Donald Trump's hated attorney general. And when Sessions tried to get his seat back, the president endorsed Tommy Tuberville and worked very hard, actually, to get Sessions to lose. Not a surprise that Doug Jones is losing here.
That's gotta be embarrassing to get beat up by women.
A once-in-a-lifetime situation that brought Doug Jones, a Democrat, representing Alabama in the Senate.
So, Mary Bruce, one pickup for the Democrats, one pickup for the Republicans. We're back to where we started.
Exactly. We are back to ground zero essentially here tonight. If you look at the map, then in order for Democrats to be able to flip the Senate, they now need a net gain of 3 seats if Joe Biden wins. Again, that's because Kamala Harris would then become that tie-breaking vice presidential vote. If Donald Trump wins, then they would need a net gain of 4 seats tonight. Democrats, though, of course, are very optimistic that they can still tonight gain the majority.
Coming up on 10:30, a long way to go on this election night 2020. We'll be right back.
Nah. Hey, there was tree trimmer. Why is everybody scared?
Businesses here and across the country are bracing for possible election unrest. Owners are doing what they can now to protect things. KCAL9's Joy Benedict live in downtown LA to show us the preparations. Joy?
That's right, Juan. I mean, a lot of folks who live down here say it's actually really sad to see so many of their businesses boarded up. But this scene here behind us with crews trying to board up this building on the corner of Olive and Olympic are pretty standard across the area, as of course business owners are bracing for the worst. It was a sound heard all day in downtown LA, as crews have been boarding up storefronts in the area for days.
Because we're scared. We don't want to get looted.
Sean Zindadel owns Zin Global in the jewelry district.
Italian gold.
They just opened in August, but have already been robbed, and they've heard the stories of looting from back in the spring.
One of my cousins actually got looted for $2 million worth of merchandise. Yeah, right when the riots happened.
The jewelry district was hit especially hard back in May and June when the metal gates couldn't hold back the looters. That's why most storefronts are now covered with wood, hoping to keep the merchandise safe.
Going and vandalizing like property, that's unfair. Yeah, we're all working class men.
And of course, the cost for the service isn't cheap either.
It costs it a little over like $3,000, but also with having people come in every day, board it and unboard it, it's costly.
But the need has workers on overtime trying to secure up all the glass storefronts.
We've boarded up quite a few. We've boarded up, this whole building right now. We've been out here for 3-4 days, I would say.
Businesses and communities all over the area are following suit. Even here in Pasadena, where the sight of boarded up stores has shoppers singing the blues.
Part of the politics. I'm very scared. I've never seen in the U.S. like this. This is the first time I've seen that this thing happened.
For business owners, they say it was a tough choice. They want to stay open, but fear they'll have to close up.
Naya say the local market shelves were empty.
I'm praying.
Of milk, bread, and
all we
eggs.
do is pray and just take precautions.
And back out here live, as I mentioned, yet another business that is boarding up. This is actually an apartment building, as we are in an area that has a lot of high-end apartment buildings, and most of them are boarding up their storefronts on the lower level and their entrances. Again, everybody just said how sad it is. And for the businesses that haven't boarded up yet, I'm told by business districts they are expecting more people to board up their stores tomorrow, hoping to get one more day of customers in what is expected to be a tough Tuesday night. Guys.
All right, thank you so much, Joy.
What did you do with Julie?
March 5th.
They got commercial on. Hey y'all, while it's on commercial, give me your picks. Now, Nia, who you think gonna win? Tally, who you think gonna win? I know Liz went to sleep. Who you think gonna win? Oh. Nia, who you think gonna win? Who y'all think gonna win the election? It's on commercial.
For this campaign, coronavirus the story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race from every angle.
Oh, they got me. Commercial, they got me. Come on, I gotta go to the bathroom, man. Man. Oh, here me.
Welcome back, 10:30, 7:30 out west. Louisiana's votes are in. NBC News is projecting Trump as the winner there. In Kansas, the president holds on and holds the state of Kansas. There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida, in that race, too close. Trump leads, but that race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call, but the president does have a lead there. And North Carolina is getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus category, and right now it's too early to call. Too early in the Georgia presidential contest as well.
All right, let's keep it going. Here we go in Virginia. Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there. In Wisconsin, we can call it way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
Pennsylvania, they'll be counting him for a while. Too early in Pennsylvania. Minnesota, which we were discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine, which divides its electoral votes by congressional district.
16% in.
Early to call, but we did see a split decision in 2016 with Donald Trump picking up one electoral vote there. We'll see what happens. And Arizona, too early to call. The vote is coming in fast and furious. Vice President Biden with the lead there in Arizona at this hour.
Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Too early to call. Nevada is too early as well.
All right, Montana, too early to call. We'll keep an eye on there, that race, and hope to give you some Senate races in a moment here as well. And in Utah, as expected, President Trump wins. So that brings us to 270.
So let's add them all up, and here's where they stand right now. Biden leading 98-92 on that road to 270.
Let's go to Chuck and what? See, I knew it. You were looking at North Carolina.
I think we got it right now. 89% in, 42,000 votes. But what does that 89% translate to? 641,000 estimated votes still to count. So that's not an unreasonable deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places? So first you try these blue counties here. This is Asheville, 92% in, so stragglers. Guilford still sitting at 84%. This could be a decent chunk of vote for Biden. Charlotte, here, Mecklenburg County, as I showed you before, not too much. Let's see what Wake looks like. We still haven't seen some Wake numbers. So I have a feeling now, North Carolina, I think the last time I said, we might finally see some action. Yeah, we're going to see action. We're not going to call that race tonight. Like it looks more and more like North Carolina is one of those that you're going to have to wait to see all the vote coming in, because it does seem as if there's enough in different red and blue areas to make you think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However, the Democratic Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, is underperforming Biden. So I would just say, while Biden may have a chance there, it looks a little tougher there for Cal Cunningham. Looks probably a little better for Tom Tillis. 75% in. I just want to keep track here in Arizona as we keep going. We think about 800,000 vote remains. This is a ton to make up. This is almost like a 2-to-1 that he's got to make up. This is very tough. Arizona, could be the first state we're dealing with that looks like a state that might actually flip from 2016. Long way to go. Obviously, we want to wait for more of that vote in, but that's the first one of the Sun Belt. And it's been the one that Biden consistently led in the polls in, probably more so than any of these other Sun Belt states.
How much is that driven by the Senate race there?
Well, look, is it driven by the Senate race? Is it driven by what's been happening over 4 years? I mean, certainly Mark Kelly, ultimately, I think this is about Democrats just realizing that there's opportunity in Maricopa with these suburban, in the same way we saw basically the Denver suburbs take Colorado from a red to purple to blue, the Northern Virginia suburbs, and it turned it from where it was red when I first moved there in the early 90s to purple to blue. That's what both in Arizona and Georgia, that Democrats think, Maricopa and Phoenix, they think that's the key to turning Arizona blue, and of course the Atlanta suburbs. So the question is, are Phoenix and Atlanta ready to join Denver and the Washington, D.C. suburbs? And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Perhaps tonight we'll have the answer for us. Hallie Jackson's over at the White House. What have you been hearing from your sources inside the Trump campaign?
Let me jump off of something that Chuck was just talking about as it relates specifically to Georgia, because the characterization from one person that I spoke with tonight is that folks are not feeling panicked yet. They're looking at Georgia. They are perhaps not feeling as good as they had been earlier in the day about it. But at this point, that is when they're watching, because of specifically what Chuck was talking about there, the suburbs around Atlanta, the way that the president could perform. They're specifically looking at, you heard Jason Miller talking about, for example, Black and Hispanic voters in Georgia. They're specifically looking at the performance that the president will have among Black voters there. So that's something that they're keeping an eye on. There is a lot of, again, we have not called Florida yet here at NBC News, but there is some, I would say, preemptive dunking from members of the Trump campaign about that state. There is really a sense that I'm starting to pick up from talking to folks tonight that this is a little bit how it went in the early hours of election night 4 years ago, if you remember, feeling like the polls were wrong, feeling like they were the underdog campaign that was able to come from behind and win 4 years ago. And there are people, listen, the president has surrounded himself this year with this same sort of cast and crew that he did 4 years ago in large part. So there are a lot of people who are holding on to that memory and wondering if tonight is going to end up having the same result for President Trump. When you talk about the mood sort of more broadly, the president is spending election night here at the White House Listen, any other election night, I would be standing here in front of you from, the election night watch party, if you will. We're not doing that tonight because of, obviously, the pandemic. Things have changed quite dramatically over the last 9 months or so. There are about 250 people, according to one attendee, inside the White House right now, inside the East Room. They're watching one of the cable networks, the president's preferred channel, frankly, at least most of the time, which is Fox News. They're watching that on the big screens, cheering when some of the races get called there, having some snacks. Members of the Trump cabinet are there, members of the Trump family as well. And right now, the sort of energy in the room, we're told, is very positive based on some of the things that we're seeing. Now, might that change as we start to get in more vote from Arizona? That is definitely one that we're drilling down on with sources tonight. That was one of the states that the folks that I've been talking to in the Trump orbit hadn't been feeling very, very confident about. They were feeling what I would say hopeful, optimistic, but not extremely confident. And there now seems to be perhaps some reason for that we're seeing the numbers that have come in, at least so far tonight.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's go over to Kristen Walker at Biden headquarters. How are they interpreting all this?
Well, the focus right now is on the Midwest. Western, I can tell you that they are watching what's happening in Ohio very closely. They say, look, if Biden can't pull out a surprise win there, it could have implications for the other Midwestern blue wall states that Vice President Biden has fought so hard to try to win and to try to win back from the Republicans in 2016. So they are particularly encouraged by the fact that there's been a strong turnout in key parts of Ohio, suburban areas. One of those key areas that they're looking at, Cuyahoga County, of course, that's the area around Columbus. They're also looking at another area that Mitt Romney and Donald Trump won back in 2016. That's Delaware County. Biden has got that to within about 5 points. So they say, look, he's outperforming expectations. They are encouraged by that. But this underscores, again, the fact that they're saying even if he doesn't pull out a win in Ohio, it could have implications for a state like Pennsylvania, where, of course, Vice President Biden has spent so much time over the past several days. And it could have implications for other Midwestern states, Michigan, Wisconsin. Of course, Biden has made multiple trips to those key states in the closing week of this campaign. One important note about Pennsylvania that it might be worth reiterating. Remember, Pennsylvania does not start to count its mail-in vote until today. And so state officials there have been urging patience and essentially saying, look, we feel confident we can get all of the votes counted by Friday in the coming days, but they're not going to have all of those votes counted by the end of tonight. So you could have a scenario where, for example, President Trump is up and then it starts to tighten. So that is what they are looking at, that blue wall they are hoping will hold for them.
Yeah, in fact, Pennsylvania can't start counting its mail-in votes until polls close, so not until tonight, and they can accept ballots as long as they're postmarked by Election Day up to Friday, so it could be a long one in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to Kelly O'Donnell. She's in Columbus, Ohio for us. Kelly, there's a lot of back and forth. Biden seeing some sweet spots in Ohio, but the Trump campaign feeling very positive that they're going to hold on to Ohio.
Exactly, Savannah. And talking with senior elected Democrats, they do see some hopeful signs in a couple of the key counties that Chuck has been talking about that had gone for Republicans that they believe are trending toward Joe Biden. And you're looking there at educated women voters, more affluent voters. One of the stories of Ohio is how the story of who the Ohio voter is changing for both parties. You have some of the more working class, traditionally Union or Democratic voters in times gone by that are now more in the Trump mold. And what the Trump campaign has tried to do in Ohio, as they have in other key battleground states, is to identify people who fit their type of voter profile, but who have not been casting ballots in years past, to squeeze out new votes among those types of voters in rural areas and in some of the exurbs. And that's where they see some confidence. And talking to a senior Republican in Ohio who's been looking county by county, and when you speak to other elected officials, they know the math in ways from their own races that lay people certainly can't fully appreciate.
Let me interrupt you.
Looking at it.
Let me interrupt you here because I believe we've got some Missouri. Oh. Okay, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Missouri. That's brand new. Chuck?
Well, let's look. Missouri at one time used to be a swing
They gave me a duplicate.
but it's just not enough. This has become a very much more of a if the rural numbers just start to produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit. It does look like Donald Trump is on his way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake here. I know that's black on the board, but I swear to God, the water is blue on there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these. And they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you Erie to Erie. This was an important one. Sherrod Brown carried it. Joe Biden trying to be the same type of Democrat didn't happen. You look over here in Ottawa, it's close. And it's still there's more time, there's a lot more vote out there that could end up making that. But you see, this generally is the problem. Look at Ashtabula County. This was one, Trump won big, and he's winning it bigger this time. So there is some evidence, and it's something Jason Miller brought up, that in some of these Midwestern rural counties, they are bringing out some more vote. So we shall see.
So one other thing, just quickly, I want to go back to the board here. I think we've got a call.
Another call?
In Illinois here.
Okay.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes in this government. Chuck.
But I wanted to go back. This, if I were to show the most, if you're the Biden folks and you're wondering, boy, why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one, he won big the last time, but this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue. But you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio. But he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs. And they're thinking, and I can tell you this, that's Kent County, that's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time? Well, let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote is potentially count. That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio, and Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30 Rock. No, I'm in 30 Rock.
Oh, well, come on over. We've got snacks. Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is what Chuck was just showing. He was just showing the county map and the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that, it had been an Obama county, okay? So it was 60% for Obama, then it swung completely and flipped to 51% for Trump. And look where it is right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President Trump. So it has stuck with Trump. I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there. So that's evidence of what Chuck was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio may actually be overperforming. He also mentioned Ashtabula County. Chuck pointed that out a minute ago. It is up even higher than it was in 2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers where we stood in a big barn and they were all talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs. You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president for that shutdown, and some do. I talked to a woman who works with GM now, trying to help people transition. A lot of families have been separated where, dad has to move to another plant with GM now and commute back, and it split up families. So one woman I talked to said she's absolutely moving away from the president. She had supported him back in 2016, but then a whole lot of other people, including the mayor that I just mentioned in Lordstown, they feel like jobs are being produced because Lordstown Motors has moved in, which is building electric pickup trucks. There's a battery plant, and there's now a home goods distribution center going up. So more jobs are coming. So a lot of people crediting the president with bringing jobs. Yes.
All right, Kate, thank you. Got from 30 Rock, I might add. A lot more to come. Stay with us. Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on after this break.
Oh, now you're going to take a break. I'm ready to put the damn stuff in the pot. Come on, man. Don't do me like that.
Good morning. Welcome
Don't
to
do me like that. Check the chat real quick while I'm sitting here. Who would you vote for? He would vote for God, not those two. Really? Waiting for the commercial to end.
After seeing the most
That is a commercial. Anybody want to talk? We got 2 minutes. Anybody want to talk? Man, we still got 2 minutes. Anything to get into? Oh, you can't see nothing. We got 1 minute to go. Trump wins South Carolina. Biden wins New Mexico. Democrats keep control of the House. News projection: Trump wins Kansas, Utah, and Louisiana. Biden wins New Hampshire. Still got 40 seconds to go. 37, 36. Oh, wait a minute. We thought we were done. We still got 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 14, 13. Why don't you love me anymore? Why?
Hello, everyone. We are just back on the air here. We want to show you some Senate numbers right now. This is starting off the state of Louisiana.
All right, that's Senator Cassidy headed back, and we've got an upset. This was the most vulnerable senator probably in the United States Senate. A Democrat from Alabama, Doug Jones, has lost. Tommy Tuberville, the Auburn coach, takes that race. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate.
Dick Durbin will have another term in Illinois. We project he will win. In Arizona, too early. Mark Kelly, though, leading Martha McSally right now. This is a race that could be affecting what we're seeing on the presidential side in Arizona.
Let's go to Arkansas. Tom Cotton, the incumbent, headed back. He wins that one. West Virginia, same thing. The incumbent returns. Shelley Moore Capito, easily defeating her opponent there.
All right, and to Georgia, Purdue, too early to call in that race, but this has been a race that certainly has drawn a lot of national attention, as has this one. Lindsey Graham and J.D. Harrison, a lot of money spent in that race, but right now too early to call, but Graham leads.
Same story up in Maine. It's a two-way race right now, essentially between Senator Collins, the incumbent, and Sarah Gideon, although there are other candidates and they have ranked choice voting. So I'll just cut to the chase. It could be a while. In Maine, it's not going to be tonight. Okay, so go ready by if you're waiting for me. Mississippi Senate is too early to call there. Mike Espy, the congressman, trying to take on the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Marshall leading in Kansas right now. That race is too early to call. In Michigan, also too early to call.
That's one that folks have their eyes on potential Republican pickup. We'll see if that holds. Here's Minnesota. A lot of talk about Minnesota tonight. It is too early to call. Let's go to the Iowa Senate race. Another one where Joni Ernst, the incumbent, looking to hang on against a challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Too early to call there. We'll watch that one.
And here's how the Senate breaks down right now. Dems 41, 40 seats for the Republicans.
All right, this was the one I just assigned to Chuck Todd. Nebraska, projected winner of 3 of 5 electoral votes. Do I have that right? That's what it
Right
said.
now, right.
Yes.
Well,
awaiting the congressional district.
well, there's 2, right? So it sounds like we're not ready to call the first either, which would be Lincoln, but that's going to probably be Republican. But Omaha is the second congressional district. Polls have indicated that Joe Biden had a pretty a lead there that looked like his leads in Wisconsin or Michigan in that 5 to 8 point range. But you had the actual congressional race itself. The former Democratic congressman endorsed the incumbent Republican congressman over the Democratic nominee. So there's a lot of potential split ticketing. I don't think anything is a slam dunk there for the Democrats to nab at 1 electoral vote. And hey, we know every electoral vote counts. And if you've ever seen those 269 scenarios, this is why Nebraska 2 and Maine 2, and by the way, we have a long way to go in Maine getting their vote. Some of this vote is same day vote. We don't have some of the mail-in vote.
I see you turned in extra credit. Andrea, what are you watching in these Senate races we just talked about?
I'm looking at Georgia, and we've got 2 Senate races, and now you've got Reverend Raphael Warnock, who just had an explosion of support, and he's in the runoff now against Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, the appointed incumbent. That really is a much better looking race for him in the runoff. That'll be January 6th because Doug Collins, the strong Trump supporting House member from, you remember House Judiciary, who was so strong during the impeachment hearings, really, really strong Republican. He's had a controversial record, very outspoken against Ruth Bader Ginsburg, talking about QAnon. So he is not in that runoff. And Reverend Warnock, who
Now you
comes
said
from
the lesser of
Reverend
two
Martin Luther
evils,
King's church,
or Indy.
has just had a really big rise to get into that runoff. The second race is Ossoff.
Yeah. Well, can I just say the importance of Warnock and runoff? So there have been 2 Senate runoffs this century, or two Senate runoffs since Andrew and I have been covering Senate in Georgia. Okay, each time the Democratic nominee was a white nominee. They've not had a compelling African American nominee in one of these runoffs in Georgia, and before it had just the Democrats ended up just sort of fading at the end. Warnock, and he's not just this is the pastor at MLK's church. It is one of those things that both Senate seats, if they end up in runoffs, that is a huge value add for the Democrats. And I know I've talked to some Senate Republicans who worry about that nightmare scenario of Warnock.
Oh, you put me to sleep. Actually, don't leave there.
Senate race.
Let's go.
See what happens.
Let's see what the whole Georgia ball of wax looks like before we give out credit yet.
David Perdue is the incumbent.
Let's take a look at one of our stories tonight. When people say, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Chinese basketball player, Yao Ming, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I think people use them phrases because they ain't got nothing else to say. They don't know how to make their point, so they hope you got it. They don't have no more adjectives. They don't have no more ways of explaining it to you. They just out, and they hope that you get it. So when somebody say, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean, they're hoping that you got the gist of what they said. And if you didn't, too bad, because they ain't got nothing else to tell you. I personally can't stand when somebody say, you know what I mean. You know what I mean? It's a way of saying I ain't got nothing else to say. But you try to sound cool at the same time. It don't work. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? People say the dumbest things and they hear it and they repeat it. They don't even know what it means, but people hear something and they get popular and they start repeating it. And most of the time, they don't know what it means. They have no idea what the heck it means. They really do not have a clue what the heck the words mean. Now I said, yeah, that's how some are rationalizing it. See, I don't say, do you know what I mean? I say, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Saying you know what I mean says you're not getting no more information. I'm tapped out. I'm out of ideas. I done told you everywhere I know how to tell you. So you should know what I'm saying. Whereas I ask you, do you understand what I mean? And then you can say, no, I don't, and then I can explain more. Or you can say, I do, and I'll move on. But when you say, you know what I mean, you shut it down. That's why I think it's just ignorance. But let's see what these people say. When people say, you know what I mean, why do some people say this phrase after each sentence they finish during the conversation? I do understand you. Quit saying that already. Yeah, it's annoying. Trust me, if I don't know what you mean, I'll ask or verify. I'll find a way to make sure I comprehend. You're asking every 5 seconds is just getting in the way of my train of thought and following your words. Plus, it's annoying. Additionally, I can think, I know what you mean, but there's no saying where we're referring to the same thing. I think it's completely pointless to ask somebody if you know what they mean. They can't tell you that by saying yes. They have to explain it in their own words. A person can't really know if they know what you mean. They can know it. They think they know what you mean, but only you know what you mean exactly. Though not always, many people don't know what they mean themselves. So it's a pointless thing to say for many reasons. Most of all, it's annoying. Eliminate. I guess it's a way to see if the other person is on the same terms with you and you're following whatever it might be you're discussing. I guess it's a hidden way to see if you agree. You said I guess twice and whatever with your open-ended words, much like you know what I mean. Somebody said, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's just a habit. All right. Kind of a weak article.
And they're still holding out hope that David Perdue could win with 50%. So we are looking like the Senate is all still very much on the line. Again, better looking for Republicans than they thought. Maine is another one to keep an eye on. Senator Susan Collins.
What is this? All right, Urban Dictionary. You know what I mean? Phrase used by the inarticulate and dim-witted as a comma and to buy time and cover their lack of knowledge of a subject on which they have decided to speak and the resulting insecurity this engenders. You know what I mean? It's a phrase used by the inarticulate and dim-witted as a comma and to buy time and cover their lack of knowledge of a subject on which they have decided to speak and the resulting insecurity this engenders. It is particularly irritating in sports people, presenters, and commentators as they are paid in way excess of the average salary of their audience precisely to tell them what it is they mean. The unspoken assumption is that the audience are already well aware of the gem of wisdom or fact or C cliche imparted by the expert, and that there really is no need to pay him or her $5,000 an episode to provide such insights. That was the Urban Dictionary.
Philly there, Oregon 7 electoral
And
vote.
Biden will sweep the Pacific Coast.
50 words you hear every day but don't know what they mean. Oh, Lord. No one knows for sure how many words are in the English language, but there are certainly you some hear more often than others, unless you memorize the dictionary. However, there are bound to be plenty of everyday words you're still not quite sure about. While we can't cover all the bases, we can at least help you bulk up your vocabulary. Here are 50 common words that you hear all the time, but might not be sure of the exact meaning. And for everyday words with surprising origins, check out these 35 commonly used words we totally stole from other languages. Albeit, you've heard it. The filet mignon, the filet mignon was delicious, albeit rather expensive. What it means? It's just a fancier way of saying although, and for more words to make you sound smart. Two, appease. We've created miles of new bike lanes to appease cycling activists. What it means? To placate a group or individual by acquiescing to their request. Alternatively, appease could mean to satisfy, as in a good steak would appease my hunger. Though frankly, you're sounding a bit pretentious if you use it like this. Arbitrary. How have you heard it? His bookshelves are organized in a totally arbitrary way. What it means? Random, erratic, unpredictable, not based on coherent logic whatsoever. And for some more recent linguistic additions, and I never asked you all that, sir. Banal. How you heard it? Another zombie movie. These films are so banal. What it means? Sometimes people use banal to mean boring, but it's a bit more complex than that. Banal means that something, say a movie or TV show, is so uninspired and derivative that even if you've never seen it before, you'll feel like you already have. Bemused. How you've heard it. A bemused expression came over his face when I asked him if he knew what banal meant. What it means? No, this is not a fancy way of saying amused. It means puzzled, confused, or bewildered. And for words you might be saying, why do they keep advertising those stuff? Benchmark. How you've heard it. Let's see if she can hit the benchmark score in Tetris. What it means? The standard against which others are compared, measured, or evaluated. Candor. How you've heard it. I love Keanu Reeves because of his off-screen candor. It's refreshing and coming from such a popular guy. What it means, a deeply genuine, honest nature. That's what candor means. Chronic. How you heard it. I suffer from chronic lower back pain. What it means. In context, you might think chronic means severe, but in reality, it means that something, generally an illness or condition, is reoccurring. And for words that sound different depending on where you are. Keep moving. Contrived. I loved her first album, but her second one just feels so contrived. What it means? Phony, fake, a total sham. contrived is totally used to describe a piece of creative expression as forced. Colloquial. How you've heard it. These 50 words are commonly heard in colloquial language. What it means. Colloquial refers to language that is used in an ordinary or informal way, rather than formal. For instance, most people call the third Monday in February an American holiday by its colloquial terms. President's Day, when it actually still officially titled Washington's birthday, colloquial can also mean simply controversial. And for more, compelled. How you heard it. After going under oath, I'll be compelled to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. What it means. To be forced to do something, whether you want to or not. Often people misuse this word to mean they're feeling strongly about something. So compelled means being forced to do something whether you want to or not. Conundrum. How you heard it. It's 20 miles to the next gas station, but we only have 15 miles left in the tank. This is quite the conundrum we're in. What it means. Conundrum is used to describe a confusing or difficult problem, question, or riddle. More often than not, it's somewhat of a catch-22. Differential. How you've heard it. The student showed a differential attitude toward her teacher. What it means. Differential is an adjective that means slowing or expressing respect, especially in regards to a superior or elder. However, many people tend to confuse this word with a similar sounding adjective, differential, which is used to describe the difference between two or more things. Make sure to check your autocorrect for this one. While the words might look similar, their meanings have nothing in common. Wait a minute. I think the word is cult. Yeah, cult. C-U-L-T. How you've heard it. Rocky Horror Picture Show is a cult classic. What it means is, in a cult following or a cult favorite, the word refers to a movie, book, band, TV show, video game, or other form of media that has a small but extremely passionate fan base. However, people often misuse it to refer to a project with a massive, passionate fan base, like Star Wars or Game of Thrones. Neither are cult classic, folks. Oops. Dilemma. How you heard it. When she was offered a big promotion at her current company and an entirely new job elsewhere, Kate was faced with quite the dilemma. What it means, while often incorrectly used to describe any problem, the word's correct usage refers to a difficult problem that offers two, usually both unfavorable possibilities for an outcome. After all, the prefix is "di," literally means two. Oops. Dystopia. Excuse me. How you heard it. The world is so unfair, it makes me feel like we're living in some kind of dystopia. What it means. A dystopia is a state or society with great injustice and suffering. Generally, it pops up in futuristic science fiction novels like The Hunger Games in 1984. Egregious. How you heard it. Come on, that's an egregious error. What it means. In today's society, egregious means something remarkably bad or shocking. It used to mean the complete opposite, referring to something that was remarkable in a good way. However, people began to use the word ironically so often, its meaning started to take on a negative connotation. Entitled. How you've heard it. She's a millennial, so she's very entitled. What it means, having or believing one has the right to something. People use entitled to mean privilege, and that's accurate. but they also use it when they should just be using the word title to describe the name of a TV series, podcast title, etc. As in the 7th Star Wars movie is titled The Force Awakens, not entitled The Force Awakens. Empathetic. How you heard it? I'm empathetic to what she's going through. What it means. Empathy and sympathy are often conflated when they are in fact different. To sympathize means to feel pity or sadness for someone else's experience. But to emphasize means to understand what they're going through on a personal level. Epitome. How you heard it? She was the epitome of elegance and grace. What it means. Epitome is defined as a typical or ideal example or type of quality, which means it is the very best illustration of the word that follows it. Exponential. How you've heard it. My regard for you is exponentially increasing. What it means, lifted from math, exponential refers to something that continues to grow at an increasingly rapid rate. Existential. How you've heard it. I'm having an existential crisis. What it means? This simply means, of course, relating to or affirming existence. It's often used by philosophically minded individuals to indicate they're having an issue with something on a theoretical level. Facetious. How you've heard it. I meant that facetiously. What it means. This means to treat an important issue in a flippant or humorous manner. It is often meant in a negative way, and it indicates the matter requires greater level of seriousness. All right, I'm tired. I had to go see what's going on with the WitcherCon. Anybody got any comments?
Bringing up this possibility, but he's getting to where Pennsylvania's going to matter. That seems clear tonight. And also the odds of Republicans holding the Senate, as Chuck alluded to earlier with Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, looking better in Pennsylvania, the odds have increased over the course of the night. And even if Joe Biden wins, if there's a Republican Senate, that would mean his legislative agenda would basically be dead on arrival from the beginning. So far tonight, Republicans are feeling pretty good.
Andrea? Partially flag on Pennsylvania because of that 3-day vote. That was a Supreme Court decision, giving them 3 days to count the early votes, which, as you pointed out, could not be counted until the polls closed today. They've got 3 days to count that early vote. That's a lot of votes that are out there in Pennsylvania. If this is close, that's going to matter. The president has been complaining about it every single day. At every stop, he's talked about this, how it's unfair, that he's going to have his lawyers out. The lawyers have seen more Republican challenges in Pennsylvania in the last couple of weeks than any other state. They've lost the big one in the Supreme Court on the 3-day vote, but they could do another end run around it. The Biden team is ready for that. They have some of the best lawyers in the country, all ready for exactly what they expect to happen.
I think that's why Trump called that the nightmare scenario. It all comes down to Pennsylvania because they'll be sending in the lawyers, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants the lawyers. All right, Rich and Claire, we'll get back with you guys in a few.
Not the lawyer.
NBC News will let you meant that really nice way. Election night coverage will continue in just a moment.
Are you going to sleep? You going to sleep?
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you.
In this video, I'd like to show you the brand new HuddleCam HD Pro, which is certified for Zoom, and its integration with Zoom Room touchscreen controls. Let's take a look after this. So the HuddleCam HD Pro.
Come on, man. Crap out of here. Let me see what's going on with the chat. Nothing. Well, did y'all learn something tonight? Are y'all gonna stop saying, you know what I mean? Huh. We still got a minute 39 left. Hey Nia, you didn't give me your prediction. Who you hope win? Who you think gonna win? That's a better word to ask. Who you think gonna win, Nia? As much as I want Trump out of there, I think we're gonna have 4 more years of him. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think Biden is a strong enough candidate. All right.
The band is taking a break, obviously. We're back.
But Chuck isn't. He never takes a break. In fact, here he is. Oh, you're Chuck. Well, but you're on.
We're over here.
I'm making my stir fry.
Well, I missed that one. My apologies.
That's because the band took a break. You didn't hear your.
The only good news is I was talking to our boss.
Yeah.
So that if I'm going to get in trouble. Actually, I was going to go into Iowa here. We've got a decent chunk of vote. Iowa's one that again, it isn't quote necessary on the Biden path to 270. It is much more important to Trump on 270. But this was a swing state until Hillary Clinton lost by 9 points, and we thought, oh, is Iowa going to go with Ohio? Now it is bouncing back a bit. I think at the end of the day, Biden probably comes up short. I do want to show you here. We're looking at slightly more of the early vote has come in than today's vote, which probably why Biden has a narrow lead. But you do see where he has definitely improved upon Hillary Clinton. We've got almost all of Dallas County and suburban county of Des Moines. Here, Trump's narrowly ahead, but you can see here, look at that 5% of the Gary Johnson vote is basically all gone to Biden. So Biden really narrowed it, picked up all that Gary Johnson vote here. But Hillary Clinton lost by 9. And so I've noticed in a lot of areas you see that Joe Biden is improving on Hillary Clinton margins, but I'm seeing him at about 4 or 5 points. Dubuque County was one that we were really interested in because this is a county that Trump flipped very narrowly, and he arguably flipped it because Gary Johnson got 4%. As you can see here, Joe Biden doing well. Dubuque County is a traditional Democratic county. A lot of union workers over here. This is where Donald Trump, though, overperformed.
It's early vote or day of vote you're looking at?
This is a 50-50 right now. We're seeing in Iowa. They've mixed it up a little bit. It's slightly more early vote than same-day vote. So, look, Iowa's facing up to be fairly competitive, and keep an eye on this because the Senate race and this presidential race will be in sync. The two candidates will be off by a point at best.
Okay. All right.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware at Biden headquarters in Wilmington tonight. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. So walk me through it. So maybe you pick up Arizona, you lose Florida, maybe you lose Georgia, maybe you lose North Carolina. What's the likely or most the shortest path to 270 for Biden?
Well, Lester, as you just pointed out, there's several paths for Joe Biden to be elected our next president. But we have to remember, over 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as Chuck was just pointing out, there are different rules in different states for whether they have already counted and are already reporting that early vote, or whether they're just beginning counting it and won't report it for several days. I'm hearing encouraging things about Ohio, about Arizona, about Iowa. So I think there still remain several paths for Joe Biden tonight, while President Trump has a very narrow path. And frankly, I'd rather be in our camp than his tonight. We have to remember that every vote needs to be counted before we conclude this election. Vote counts happen at the state and county level, and we have a number of states and counties that have already indicated they won't be done counting votes for several days.
Senator Coons, with the exception possibly of Arizona, it looks more and more like Joe Biden is going to have to rely on that blue wall, turning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania back into the Democratic corner. How do you feel about what you've heard from your sources on the ground about how the industrial Midwest is playing out for Joe Biden?
Well, I've been texting and calling with my Senate colleagues as well as local elected officials and organizers in several states today, the ones you just referenced, and I'm optimistic. I think we're ultimately going to have a great outcome for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They've had the right message from the beginning of this campaign about bringing people together, getting us out of this pandemic, and building back stronger our economy. But we just have to be patient and make sure that every vote gets counted in what ultimately may be one of several paths towards a victory by Joe Biden tonight or tomorrow.
The Trump campaign threw out Minnesota as a possible pickup for them. Do you see that in the cards? Is it something you're worried about?
I really don't. What I'm hearing from Minnesota elected officials I've touched base with is that although Minnesota is a state where you can show up and vote at the last moment, they don't see anything that's happened on the ground today that suggests to them that Donald Trump may unexpectedly take Minnesota.
Senator, we have to say congratulations to you. You won your race. Turns out you also had a campaign to run. But what about what's going on in the Senate? I know Democrats have high hopes of taking back this Senate, but some of the races are not turning out as expected. In particular, North Carolina, Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, appearing to do better than many expected.
Oh, well, so far I've been encouraged by the outcomes in Colorado and likely in Arizona. I'm sorry for my colleague, Doug Jones, who you called to not be reelected, but he's done a great job in the Senate. And I think there's other news tonight that is encouraging.
Sorry, y'all, I'm cooking.
But in several states that we expect to pick up Senate seats in, it is still too close to call.
Right.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Nice, say just take advantage of it. I ain't had no long line. I got in there and got out. And I had to register.
You ready to go to work?
I am so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey.
How is that? Is it charging? All right, let's go. Yes, charging. All right, let's go. All right, y'all, we on the move. Let's get down here and work. I know you're going to find a reason to tell me why I can't work. I got the big jacket with the hood on. I got my gloves, and it feels like a summertime day out here. The wind was blowing way into the wind. As soon as I turned into the street, here come my car. We stayed on the sidewalk. Yeah, I got my ID. Trying to go down here, vote, and give my 2 cents worth. I want to take the street. I don't want to take the car in the sidewalk. Now you said some people stood in long lines. I got lucky.
I
keep seeing people with them cheap face masks on, but I ain't gonna worry about them. They don't care about their health. That's with them. Don't even be worried about them. You don't care about your health. You don't care about your health. We are even Zoom. Democracy at work. This everyone thinks say we lost the battery of power. We ain't even got 2 blocks in the house. If you go to sleep. I could just update the battery on this, but I don't know. I mean, it's slow, but it ain't that bad. If I was smart, I would have went to the light. Bad truck. I knew it. You gonna pull right in. I knew it. Oh, yeah, it is? Okay. I was already talking about this street. Okay. I feel embarrassed. I don't know my own neighborhood. I'm in 3. That damn shit. He just went to city. I'm thinking of the other side of 25th Street. Oh, okay. That's damn shit. You know what? I might have made a mistake, y'all. I'm gonna get across the street. But that's where they say the vote was. I don't see nobody outside. I don't see nobody. That's where they said the vote was. I see signs. I don't see nobody voting. Now watch what I did. I lost my mind. There ain't no sidewalk. I lost my mind. Just say crosswalk. Hey, y'all, I don't know where to go. I'm trapped. I don't know where to go. Seriously, I'm trapped. The light changed up there. I gotta hurry up. They got a real light, thank goodness. There ain't no sidewalk. Hurry up, girl. They ain't make no rain. Look at that, no rain. I don't even see it. Where y'all see? Some people ran the light. Okay, well, where you at? Where's the road? I see somebody over there. They're open over there. Look at the size of that bump. I mean, there ain't no getting around that bump. Yeah, no. You had to go over. Okay, and then, all right, come on, nigga. Where do you want? That's there. Where do you go? That's bold, nigga. Wait a minute. Oh, you broke down home. Okay. How did that look, y'all? All right. How did that look? Oh, yeah. Excuse me, Miss, is this where you met it? Yeah? It's the door right there. That's the right there. Okay. Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. And can we give it a sidewalk? Yeah, we can get on right there. I'm telling y'all right now, I ain't voting for no incumbents. Everybody I'm voting for, get the hell out of here. No stimulus is made. Get them all out. Huh? Oh, the Ravens lost? Oh, I didn't even watch the game. Where do you go there?
Down there, down
Is that right there? Oh, so I have to get down. Is there a ramp down there to get off? Okay. Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. Doesn't seem to be that many people out here. I thought it would be crowded. No way. Hello, steps. Okay. All right. Huh? Okay. Where do you go there? Okay. It said I had to register first. Do I go in the same door?
Same thing, everybody go there.
Okay.
Walk in line.
I'm going for all these people.
Yeah.
Because they want stimulus. We need to get them all out of here. I want everybody. I wish I could vote for Pelosi out. Her and McConnell. Get them all out of here. Damn. Vote me out the house. Hello. How you doing?
Attendance vote?
Yes.
All right, take left right here.
All right, I need to register.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, dear. I appreciate it. They close the door for me. Appreciate it, dear. Hello. How you doing? I got someone right here.
Your camera on, you gotta turn it off.
Okay. All right, can y'all hear him? Hey, turn it off. All right, we good. Now we back outside. Turn everything back on. All right. I don't know if y'all was able to actually turn the camera on. Oh, I just dimmed it. I don't know if it was still on or not. Now I'm trying to find a YouTube on this thing. Anyway, Taylor, we still here? Let's roll. All right, Joe, we in motion with the potion. We have voted and we are. And I'm gonna go ahead and stay on the voting department. Edge here, we ain't gotta worry about it. I gotta say, this school looks nice. I like to go into a nice little school like this. Well, lady told me the Ravens lost last night. I didn't even watch the game. But I ain't worrying about no damn Ravens. We got bigger problems than that. We need to get that man up out of here. I don't know why they put stairs right there. That doesn't make no sense. I don't understand. I didn't expect somebody to be able to get up the hill. So now, I gotta think, should I get the pharmacy first? But we are back, we have voted, and we are legit. Now I had to, well, if anybody was trying to find me, good luck. Good luck trying to find me, but they couldn't find me. That's all I can say is good luck. They didn't have no luck. They couldn't find me no way. I paid my rent this morning, and I had to tell it to them. How you doing, man? Yes, sir. Thank you, buddy. Other day, I'm saying they didn't have no record. How you doing, bro? I was saying, they put
Look at that power. Look at that power.
and yet,
That's
this is
ridiculous.
the sidewalk.
Look, I'm actually inching up. I got to inch up to get it.
Actually, you not on evaluate the entry scooter
That's ridiculous.
over the hill. I thought this side was better than the other side.
How you spend all that money on that school and got that sidewalk for them kids? Kids to break their
I
neck
thought
on.
this side was better than the other side.
They already saying themselves.
No, how you doing, man? Thank you, dude. Yeah, I just put a vote. No, ain't no line at all. I was already in 15 minutes. Ain't no line at all. Go ahead and get it on. Get your vote on. Get your vote on. People wanna whine and wanna drown. Ain't no reason not to get your vote on. People wanna whine, people wanna drown. Ain't no reason not to get your vote on.
Hey, y'all know we normally on that side.
If I had enough call, they had enough call. I was trying to get the market. But I can tell you, you never going by here. How you doing? Pretty good. Alrighty, I hope I get no TV. And there with all them people. That's what I'm hoping. But I hadn't voted in years. But I voted every incumbent. I voted every incumbent out of there. Every person that's been off, I voted for all of them Trump to get out. I said it, and I wish y'all could have seen it. Some of y'all probably, I wish you could have seen it. I had to turn the day on, it made me turn the camera off, so. But, I closed the window on with the car. Well, let's see. But, I voted every incumbent. I got on the heck out of that. I don't believe it. And I'm going as slow as molasses. And I fought with these people. I'm about to put this hood on again. I tell y'all, that summer's out, it's so good out here. Now, it's cold out here, like what up? I should have called when I had insurance. All right, so roll them on.
Yo, this thing gonna make no wrong. Yeah, you do that. Now we got a red light. Let's go. Right. You got a red light for one way. Red light will say that way. There's a music on.
Music.
All right, y'all. Democracy in action. And guess what, y'all? They still gave me a duplicate. I got duplicate metformin. That was still perfect. You good? Man, I need some cheese and some teriyaki sauce. I need some cheese and some teriyaki sauce. They robbed you today. I steamed them and then fried them. They about to rob me. $45. So tough and tender. It's tender. It's tender. $45 for these subscriptions. And a power line. These cars are so soft. I think I need security today. They get ready to rob me. $45 for these prescriptions. Melt in your mouth. That's a lot of money. Oh my goodness, is this how I look at this thing? I look retarded. Yeah, I ain't walking. Look at that. That's what matters. I ain't walking. Like this.
Got a doctor appointment on Thursday. I'm trying to eat healthy.
I'll get on the outside of the car. Yeah. I gotta get that thing going. Hurry it up. Who's up with it?
I told y'all I don't change.
I ain't gonna see the car like this. How the wheels work? There we go. Hey, did you vote that?
Yeah.
The line is really short.
Some people want to keep it heavy at the library. It's like all the way down, all the way to
Oh, it's long? Oh, you should have voted at the school right there. All right.
Yeah, I did a couple days ago.
Oh, you could have voted earlier?
Yeah.
I
did it through the mail.
I was in
I did it
here last night, and a woman asked me, did I want to register to vote? And I said, yes. And I thought she registered.
Yeah, so that means they're going to send something to you.
But then I called. They said they got no record of it.
No record?
So I had to go in there and I had to re-register from scratch.
You can rent that polling place though, right?
That's what I did. I had to do it from scratch. That's crazy. But
I didn't even realize how cute she was. Nice bottle too.
I ain't gonna ask you who you voted for.
I still got talking to her.
I'm only gonna say this. I got rid of every person every
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I should have kept talking to her.
Yeah, you know, sir, you're exactly right, but you left one thing off. What's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
The only difference is, you know, with the president that we have, you already know he gets one of them. You just don't know the other guy. Can't nobody figure it out.
I mean, I can,
That man run his mouth way up there. I shut that man down.
when Katrina hit, Bush left all them people on that bridge and left some people living in that arena and ain't move them up.
You guys have a good one.
Same to you. When 9/11 hit, he was reading a story to the kids. The aide came in there and told them about the towers going down. He kept on reading to the kids. I would have jumped up, what the heck? And when I ran out there, he said, yeah, once again, the clown was saying, hello. You got, Donald Trump knew about the CD back in February. He knew it was deadly, and he chose to do nothing. And to this day, he ain't done nothing. That's all he do is blame. You cut me off. That was my point. Republicans blame everybody else. But see, I can be mountains upon mountains upon mountains of why you shouldn't vote for Trump. And I can give you things that you shouldn't vote for Biden. That's why I voted for Biden. I can give you things. I can give you mountains of mountains of mountains of mountains of mountains. I mean, mountains.
Either way, you take it.
Well, like I say, both of them racist, so you gotta try that. So you can't go on that. You have to go on the people. How many lives? At least, Biden can tell you, I don't want your kids going to school with my kids. But don't sit there and say, oh, I don't mind it, and then behind the back, boy, you know, make sure they don't go. I really tell you that.
Well, these kids ain't gotta go to school now, because these kids so damn old and so am I.
Well, you know that Kamala Harris was one of the kids that he tried to stop getting bumped into the white school back in the country. Isn't that strange that she was running me? Now think about it, 4 years ago when they was having the debates of who was going to run, she actually told him that. I was one of them kids you wouldn't let me. You racist pig. That's what you should have said. But Biden know how to play the game. Now the public's like, man, I'm just whatever. I ain't gonna be nice about it. I'm just gonna tell you, hey, this was gonna be happen. I don't care if you feel get hurt. Who knows? He's just more racist. You know that this man's still bragging about closing the border to China. Did you know you can pick any southern state, they got more deaths than China got. Any state. Pick any state in the United States that's been hot. We got more deaths than, and they got 1 billion people. They have less than 5,000 deaths. We have 230-something thousand. So what did you like in China out? You should let them in and let the other day one thing you should have done. He talking about because he let the people come in through California and New York. And that's why they got the highest cases. But then you bragging. Dumb bumbling Democrats in New York and New Jersey, they should be more like Florida and Texas. Well, Texas is number 1 and Florida is number 3. But then he also said, look how well California did. So that's 1, 2, 3 right there. Let's tell him, he don't know what that's going on.
He tells him to realize he needs to check the facts before he opens his mouth.
I put too much seasoning on that.
He show up
Damn, on that stir fry.
Yeah. You know, it's one thing to have confidence.
It's another thing to be just downright stupid.
Well, I was going to say that, but anyway. The part that killed me is he keeps bragging about ventilators.
They talk about intelligence tests, being intelligence tests in order to be intelligent in order to vote, right?
Yeah.
How did he get it off?
Money.
Because he's sure intelligent.
Popularity.
He is not intelligent.
You know,
But the farmer said lots of veggies and home cooking
we got more
to make good
ventilators
meals.
than anybody. We got more deaths than anybody in the world. But listen to this. Do you know what a ventilator means? When you get on a ventilator, it's like you've been on death row for 25 years, and you on the way to the chair, and you in that chair, and you hoping the government call. That's the ventilator. Only 17% of the people survive being on the ventilator. Why are you bragging about bringing a death machine? If that's not retarded, I don't know what it is. We got more ventilators than anybody. Why would you want a ventilator? You might as well go ahead and sign your death warrant. Sign your will.
I mean, it'll sustain it a little bit, but it ain't going to bring you out of it.
If you the one you need a ventilator, it's time to write your will.
You should have already.
And he bragging. But he tried to say that Obama didn't leave us anything. In 2014, Obama gave a speech and he said, after this Ebola, I'm going to make sure whoever the next president is, whether it be Hillary or Trump, I'm going to make sure that they got doctors, that they got stock, gowns, masks, everything. For the next time, it might be through the air. And sure enough, that's what happened. But guess what? Cop came in and got rid of everything. Why is stuff laying around here? Yeah, where you got doctors and coats? They playing with the test tubes. They ain't making me no money. Get them out of here. And they had to run and get them back. You know, I was waiting for his vice president, because he made the vice president the head of the CDC. I was waiting for him during a debate to say something, because what could he say? You got 230,000 people on your head dead. Over 9 million infected. And you the head. You are the head of the CDC. Why the hell should I vote for you? You did a poor job. Why should I vote for you? What are you working? It hurt. And think about it. Have you ever seen so much unrest in the country? He divides the country. He got people wanting to kill each other. And then he'll sit there and say, yeah, I'm for the police, but then turn around and say, they're a bunch of losers and they're putting their life on the line for nothing. I love the military, but they losers. How you talk about both sides of your mouth? You will love somebody or you hate him. You can't be in the middle. I love you or I hate you. Yeah, I think you're stupid, but...
I don't hate him. But I still don't like him.
He's just annoying.
It's easy for me to hate.
And he sit there and get the CV, and he telling you it ain't nothing. Yeah, well, it's just a sniffle. But he get it and go right to the hospital. Come on, man. It ain't nothing. You ain't got to worry about it. He go right to the hospital. Seriously. What does that say?
Everybody out there told us to inject the bleach.
I ain't got to that yet. He was desperate to get rid of this disease. He ain't even have us drinking bleach.
I bet you didn't inject the bleach.
Do you believe that there was people that actually heard him say that and they did it? There was people in the South that actually heard him say that and they did it.
And they deserve whatever it says that they bleach is. Because it say poison right on the bottle, right?
Yeah.
It's not for injection.
But they listen to Donald Trump. I just don't understand.
I wanted to buy some eucalyptus, right? So I went to essential oil. And I wanted to use the Reverend.
Yeah.
And on the bottle, it says now for internal or topical use. So what they tell me? That's how I want.
Whatever happened to the chlorhexazone and the Z-Pack he was taking? Whatever happened to that stuff? You don't hear about this. I'm taking it every day. He took it for 2 weeks and stopped taking it. And still wound up with the CV. When they get a vaccine, I don't know if I want to take it.
I don't need to take it.
I don't trust. I mean, he's so desperate. So desperate to get rid of his CV. It's sad. If he would stop lying, he might could do something. He just lied too much.
If he would got educated or sat down and took himself, he might come out his mouth better.
And you know what I'm saying, boy? He throw everybody under the bus. If you with him and you make a mistake, I don't know him. We just saw you last week at the party together. No, I just was saying, hi, I don't know him. He sat there and took your child to school. No, I don't know him. He married to your daughter. I don't know him. He was messed up. I don't know him. Soon as you messed up, he don't know you no more. Now you working in color purple. I don't know y'all no more. Y'all are messed up. I don't know y'all. I just don't understand. He was more concerned about getting that lady Amy on the Supreme Court than he was getting out a stimulus package to the people. I tell you, if I lived in Kentucky, I would be outside every day getting Mitch McConnell out of there. I'll be out there every day trying to get Mitch McConnell out. Nancy Pelosi ain't much better. At least she's trying to get us more money. They haven't got their money. They have like their money. But Donald Trump always talking about the stock market, right?
McDuck says, I hope not 4 more years.
They still won't do that.
4 more years of what? Trump for this.
April, May.
I hope it ain't 4 more years of the CV. That's what I
Yeah,
hope.
they came back with the stimulus package. They put the money, everybody went shopping. Everything go up. But the problem is they supposed to do another one, and they didn't do it. Yes, I did vote. I got my sticker on. See? I got my sticker on.
It's on the front too, right there. I voted. It's on the front of the scooter right there. I voted. They gave me 2 stickers. I put one on the scooter.
And I ain't hold up. I got every Republican out of there. Every Republican I can see. I got them all up. And whatever was a Democrat that was already in, if there was somebody else, I voted somebody else. Get some new blood in there. You know, it's just my vote. My vote don't count that much. Yeah. I want some new blood. The fact that they went on vacation twice and didn't help the American people, they all should get out. In my opinion. All of them. Like I said, you know,
See, I don't have no power.
Donald Trump, but we could also talk about Joe Biden with his racist behind. He actually agreed with that legislation that had black men do longer time for selling crack cocaine versus white men that were selling the regular cocaine. We can get back to that. We also know that the Republicans back in the 1890s, there was a lot of black Republicans, and we used to hold office. And the Democrats came in there and beat the black Republicans and the white Republicans up. And like I said, by the time the Republicans actually did something, it was too late. We had Jim Crow, getting beat, lynched. They didn't do nothing. It wasn't until they saw the kids getting the holes in the doves put on them. Then all of a sudden, hey, we gotta do something. That's my problem. It takes you damn long. You be dead waiting on Republicans. I mean, get mad when I say that, but they can't dispute it. History says it. You can't dispute it. You can get your feelings. You can't dispute it. It's a lot of good stuff that Donald Trump did before the CBA, but his mouth killed it. His action killed it. You say the CBA ain't nothing, but you in a hospital and then you don't come out and endanger Secret Servicemen to ride you around so you can wave to the people. Boy, I tell you, what we do this time? That's just ridiculous. See, I can get y'all on reason. I'm just letting y'all know. Now, some people say that Trump is better. Some people say that Trump is better. Or a lesser of evil. Whatever you look. Brag about what's going on in Israel. What's going on in this country? Hello, how you doing there? Yes.
What's the date of birth?
7/29/1970.
George Foreman. That's my name, George Foreman.
Was it ever the end? Santa or something to mix with it. I mean, it was pretty good. And that's healthy. And that back, maybe it's wobbling away. Or somebody knocked me in my head. Because I really don't feel like fighting today. But I will. I really don't feel like fighting today. Well, like I said, I will. But I'm looking for something healthy. Waffles are not healthy. I know what you eat. So they got Do they got like the vegetables? Okay, so if I get up, something's gonna fall out. That's right. Just build the whole basket up. Normally I can use second time. Alright, now let's make it look more legit. And put it down here on the thing. With the eggs on top. Come on. Looking to the left better here. Gotta get that Wonder Bread. She said it's a wonder. What is a clean eye or go down?
That was one right there.
You should have went down that one. I made a mistake. You should have went down that one. Everything you ready? Hey, I made a mistake. I ain't get nothing to drink. That's all right. We drink water.
Yeah, I definitely
I
made a
got
mistake.
something. I ain't get nothing to drink.
I ain't get no drink.
I ain't get no drink. I ain't get no drink.
All right, y'all. Let's
I ain't get nothing to drink. I should go back. Alrighty, girl, let's get home. All right, so we don't have to go.
Chain it.
Did the shit go back already? Okay. No, it's not good. Alright, so we hit that. Thank you. We going slow. Let's speed it up full speed. Let's get on back here. How you doing, sir? Oh, Lord. The hell? I wonder how long did he wait for you to do that? How long was he waiting for you to say? Come on. There you go. Crack the boss wants to see you like that. He's ready to treat. When it gets cold out here, the sun went in. When I came out, it felt good out here. Now it's getting a little chilly. It's a little chilly, y'all. Now you said people were panic. I looked at I was panic buying. No, I just want to, I go to the doctor in 2 days. So that's why I went and I got some food. So I don't like to work. I go to the doctor. Oh Lord, that wasn't the bread, was it? We just made something up on the bowl. Now if it was late, I would ride the street, but because of the, because of the stuff. Oh, he ain't going nowhere. I got on it. Oh! People pat down over my head, he keeps on the right back.
That's where I voted at.
It'll be cold in there.
Wanna hold me tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your white beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show.
We went to 7-Eleven this morning. If anybody bought with that. Well, they got one more here too. I was trying to avoid that. Let's go. We always ride on the other side. Let's ride on this side and see how big the street is. That's the day one thing. I forgot the name of the day one. I didn't look at these street signs. I don't even pay these signs on mine. The man actually was in the street. I was like, I don't know. I didn't say nothing.
Oh, me time.
In Baltimore, the streets break up. You know what I'm saying? And they swing. They be going in one direction and then they'll swing and start up again in another direction. So you gotta go by the 100 block. Yeah, it's a rough ride. Yeah, you're right. We got no suspension. Ain't no rough. That's why we need that stimulus. Now, if I take the sidewalk, ain't no car came. If I take the street, every car in the world would have came. If I did the right thing and got the sidewalk, then you know how that work out. You do the right thing, you gotta pay the price.
All right, y'all, I'm almost home. We're going to check on the presidential race.
I don't have to go to the market. So we was able to get some things to the doctor. So I was able to get that stir fry, and I got some meatballs, and I'm gonna make my stir. I ain't get no cheese. Dang, I got the cheese. That's all right. And I can eat that. I can eat that and be all right. You know what I'm saying? I can eat that and be all right.
A father's loving hand protect me from
the night.
It will be alright. Cause tonight I'm just
now you need her. I ain't said, I'll make sure it's still with you. But that's one bag. Yeah, I still got both bags. Yo, please. If you don't know me by now, you will never know. 3 times I ride past you, you don't know me. Yo, just act crazy. Act like I don't know you. You ride by 10 times a day. If you nice, we in the hood, lady. You lucky. If there ain't no dead body just stepping over. You know? So we did it. For all of y'all who thought I was talking stuff and thought I wasn't going to vote, we did it. And we got some healthy food. I actually got 3 bags of the stir-fried vegetables. I got some butter. Not the butter, but margarine. And I got some imitation meatballs. And I'm going to make a stir fry. And I got bread and eggs. And I'm going to make egg sandwiches. I'm going to toast the bread in the frying pan. And I'm going to make egg sandwiches. So we'll eat that. That's all right. And when I go to the doctor on Thursday, I should get a good report. Cholesterol might be a little up because of the eggs, but they lightweight, they go through you. My body's not going to hold on to it. And hopefully, I can get a good doctor's report. What do y'all think? Is this a good plan? Is it a good plan by the young man? And like I said, I got lucky. I found some in the crystal. I found some vegetables. And now that I got a pot with a lid, I can steam them. Vegetables taste good steamed. You couldn't get me to eat a vegetable. They taste good steamed. All right, well, we just lost somebody. What the matter? I'm talking about real stuff. You got man. It's leave. I need to shave, but I didn't want to shave. I didn't want to look good. You want to vote and you look like you got something, somebody will be looking at you. You go looking like the ruffian, don't pay you no mind. They couldn't wait to get me in. They couldn't wait to get me out. I wonder how much that bread was.
Y'all realize I've been up 24 hours. I woke up at 12:30 yesterday.
I paid $1.50 for a dozen eggs. So what was the bread at? Oh, the price ain't showing up for the Wonder Bread. I should have got 2 loaves.
Hey, what's going on, Tony?
What you say? Say what? I'm going to the doctor and I want to drink water. So I got the stir fry mixed with the vegetables, right? I'm going to fry them in the pan with
This
the
is
butter.
video from the day, Tony.
No, I'm going to boil them first, right? Then I'm going to fry them in the pan with the meatballs. So we're using the meatballs as the meat. So we got 3 meals. 1, 2, 3 meals. And we got a carton of eggs. And I got a loaf of bread. And I'm going to make egg sandwiches. It's light. Your body don't hold it. And I should have a good read. Oh, Don, you know what? I forgot about that. Because it didn't matter. I guess they didn't know. I was the ragamuffin, woo! Y'all know how many times I wanted to take this thing off in there. But I was like, man, I ain't need no CV. No CV for me. No CV for me. We got 9 people here. If I come back live, y'all won't come back.
I think we had as many as 14.
You got 30. Now you said you had your mask on, they can't see your beard. Okay, y'all. I had fell asleep. So we're going to do, we're going to cook. We're going to come back. The dumbest catchphrase.
Yeah.
How you doing?
That's my downstairs neighbor.
How you doing?
First time I really seen her.
Gotta get that chump out of here.
You work?
Huh?
I say you work?
Do I work?
Yeah.
No, I'm on disability.
Oh, you work at disability.
No, I'm on disability. I just went to vote.
Oh. I know. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I was saying I went to vote. Yeah. I'm right where we going, so.
You need me to help you or something?
No, I'm good.
You good?
Yep. What are you talking about? I believe the guy that owns the truck. Him and the I have no idea, but keep coming around because he got the garage right there. When you see the garage open, they're going in and out. Like I ain't never seen the truck park here before. You can park down there, but I don't be on that. I ain't never seen this here. But like I said, you get his phone number. Yeah, right there. Right. 443-703-9385.
Advertising, give me the tow truck in the Baltimore area. Call the mechanic.
He might be home. I see the truck there, but he got so many cars, I don't know. Oh, an old beat. I hear you. Them things are gone. That was the good old days when I was a young man.
All right.
Yeah, I remember I used to flex in the Lex. Now we boot on scooters.
Alrighty. Alrighty, young. What's going on, Tony? Share the screen. Anybody want to call in? We got the stream yards up. Ain't nobody call in. Let's see what's going on with the election. See if... All right. And it was there on commercial.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Hallie Jackson is joining us now from the White House. Hallie, how are they viewing a night in which there is, as was pointed out earlier, no red wave, no blue wave,
Right.
Just a lot of solid red and blue.
And a lot of, I would say, coffee and Red Bull probably less.
There's
Because I think that's where this night is headed. It seems. I can tell you that when it comes to a state that Kristen is talking about, Arizona, a state where the Biden campaign is feeling pretty good based on the numbers, there is immense frustration inside the president's orbit that some networks, not our network, but another network, has appeared to have called the race for Joe Biden there. Again, not our call. I want to be very clear about that, but you are seeing a lot of consternation. There is a sense among some folks in the president's orbit that it is too early to make that call at this point, but they are very engaged, watching these numbers extremely closely in Arizona. Why? Well, because if in fact this lead that Joe Biden has holds, and again, I want to stress, we have it projected. It's too early to call right now, according to NBC News. If the lead holds, though, it does narrow the president's path to victory, and that is something that is really important for the president and for the campaign that they're looking at. Obviously, Georgia is still outstanding, and then those blue wall states that we're talking about here, some optimism that we're hearing about in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Wisconsin, actually, which is kind of interesting. That is a shift, at least from the conversations I've had from this morning to tonight. I think the sense earlier in the day was that they didn't think that Wisconsin was going to be potentially a good state for the president, but based on some of the numbers that they're seeing come in, that seems to have shifted. I will say, as we get ready to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden over in Delaware, we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind me. But other than some indications that he may speak, we don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet. And I can tell you that when I asked one person close to the president earlier, just a couple of hours ago, if he would speak, the answer was, well, if he wants to, he will, and if he doesn't, he won't. It's always up to the president, as we often see in these instances, guys.
And Hallie, this is probably a good time to point out, as you point out, that sometimes there's differences in what's being reported out there. Folks need to understand that we are very, very competitive, but on nights like this, when it comes to making these sorts of calls, we
gotta
have
have humility on this because of this early vote. There's so many different things. I mean, the worst thing you can do is make a call and have to pull it.
Too many variables.
And so we lived through, in this network, we lived through 2000. We had to pull a call. Nobody likes to pull a call like that. So our guy, John Lipinski, he said, I'm not rushing anything. If other news organizations want to race, good luck, because you're going to, you could fall on your face.
Just thought it was a good moment to get that out there, and folks understand that. So let's bring in Casey.
To chime in on the call question, I mean, I think that's part of why the campaigns are so focused on these narratives, right? Hallie was reporting that the president's team is frustrated that this call would be out there in the ether, and that's because we are entering, and we're going to hear from Joe Biden as well now, we're entering the phase of the fight over the narrative here. We are heading into, my sources on both sides acknowledge a likely prolonged battle over counting votes. And we will see if this comes down to a single state or place, or if once we start to see the counting of the absentee and early votes in these states that aren't used to doing it on election night, it becomes more clear, comes into focus, potentially Joe Biden holds that blue wall and the conversation changes. But the president has been pretty straightforward about raising questions about counting the votes, the way that he has framed how he is going to pursue potentially trying to stop vote counting, etc. in some of these places. I mean, he has not held back from that. And the Biden campaign knows that this is very important. I mean, they have been talking to reporters for months about what a quote unquote, they often refer to it as a red mirage, what it might look like if it seems as though President Trump is ahead here, but what really needs to happen to put Biden in the lead is the steady and probably slow counting of all of these ballots. And that's potentially what makes what he says tonight so important in terms of framing this race for his supporters, but also for a potential legal battle that could ensue. And again, part of the framing of this, I think part of what Democrats were really hoping for going into tonight is that what we would see across the map would be a clear rebuke from voters to President Trump, something that would give the court system, judges considering any potential cases here, messages, from members of Congress, that this would be something where the president was clearly rejected and everyone was going to be on the same page about that reality. That is simply not the case here. I mean, we are shaping up to potentially have exactly the same control of the Senate. We're going to have a few wild card races out there, but right now, if we look at Colorado and likely Arizona as two losses for Republicans, we're looking on the flip side at Doug Jones in Alabama. I'm still watching Michigan, although we've got a ways to go there. But if Democrats were to lose that race, the Senate race in Michigan, which some of my sources are saying is a possibility, that's 2 for 2. We're still left with the same situation that we have if everything else holds. And that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing things hold more steady than we perhaps anticipated based on some of this polling. So this, again, not the scenario that Democrats wanted to head into this potentially protracted battle over votes with this kind of standing.
Yeah, a divided country votes in a divided fashion. What are you looking at?
Well, you've been asking for these individual electoral votes, and you know what? I got some numbers for you. So overall in Nebraska, 74% of the vote is in. We got quite a bit of the vote in Nebraska too. That's what's blue there. I mean, it's not. I'll show you the results. Biden's got a 10-point lead. I can tell you this: the congressional race in that, which is a swing congressional race, is neck and neck. So Biden is way overperforming the Democrat. Trump is underperforming the Republican nominee.
Or day up.
At this point, because of the way our system works on the district, that I can't tell you from here, but I can just tell you. Went back one too many here. As you can see, it's mostly today's vote. So already that's a strong indication there that one electoral vote, which we thought was going to lean Biden, it does. Let me give you a little update here in Maine so you can see that electoral. We got half the vote in. Look, you can see there's still a lot of vote that needs to come in. Let me show you where things stand in Maine 2 here a minute. This big red blob is Maine 2. Again, we got a good half of the vote here, but you can see, I believe, there we go. In the 2nd district, Trump is ahead by 13,000 votes. This is a very rural congressional district. We shall see. I mean, it looks pretty clear that Biden's going to win the other 3, but they could split it 1-1. Every vote counts. It happened in 2016. I think Biden needs every electoral vote he can get, and so does Trump. So they're both going to need these individual votes.
One quick fact about Omaha in Nebraska is, remember what happened that night? For 3 hours after the president went all the way to Omaha just to go for that electoral vote, the people were left at that rally for 3 hours in sub-freezing weather, including a lot of elderly people, because the buses weren't there. And so the president left. And so there was a whole lot of negative publicity after he went all that way, late at night. There was a lot of negative reaction to the Trump rally. You don't know how it's going to turn out, but that was a real downer.
All right, we've got some new information coming in. Let's look at Minnesota, where it's too early to call, but we can now characterize this as Biden leading in Minnesota.
All right, let's go to New Hampshire. We're projecting that Joe Biden will take New Hampshire, another Northeast state going in his direction. Colorado, formerly red, then purple, now blue. Joe Biden takes Colorado.
Georgia looking for some of that Atlanta vote right now. That's too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Florida, this is one we have been watching since early in the evening. An important lead, Trump lead right now in Florida, but we are still calling that one too close to call.
These are both a couple of races where we're being very cautious. In Arizona, it's too early to call. We await more vote, but Biden is leading there.
Michigan, too early right now.
Going to be waiting for a lot of mail-in vote in Michigan to be counted. In Texas, it's too early to call, but Trump has jumped out to a lead. In Texas and in Wisconsin, it is too early to call as well.
All right, let's look at Iowa. Too early to call. Montana, too early as well.
All right, let's roll on to Nevada. That one is too early to call as well. So let's see where it all lands.
1% in.
The road to 270. We're starting to fill it out. Let's see. And so far, again, I don't think we've had any big shockers yet. We're still fighting over the battlegrounds, and it may get that way until the wee hours of the morning.
Got another Senate race we can take.
Yeah, battlegrounds are battlegrounds.
A Senate race we can tell you about. Mark Warner, the Democrat, will hold on to his seat in Virginia.
That was expected. So let's put up the map and see. Pretty shot of the United States Capitol. And it remains divided. We'll see how it all shakes out. But it may be a while because we got a couple of Georgia races going to runoffs now. And in the House, we have projected here at NBC that the Democrats will retain control. Question is whether they will gain or lose seats.
The Republicans being above 200, I talked to a Republican official about this literally over the weekend, who said, gosh, we just hope to be at 185, 190 House seats. Anything 200 plus, this is gravy for them. Look, tonight's election, I mean, this does feel a lot like, to me, like 2000, 2004, meaning very evenly divided. Every individual state is kind of a knife fight. And it's, it feels as if the battleground map we're about to see develop here, maybe a battleground map like the 2000 battleground map that is just etched in our minds.
We're getting word that former Vice President Biden has arrived now. Let's go to Kristen Welker. We expect to hear from VP shortly.
We do, Lester, and you can see the lights from his motorcade that has just arrived. So I anticipate we are in within just a few minutes from hearing from Vice President Biden. And I think Casey really hit the nail on the head. I think we are going to hear Biden try to rally his supporters to try to prepare them for what now seems like it's going to be a somewhat likely protracted battle for him to get to the White House. There's going to be some counting that goes on in the next few days, but I anticipate that we will hear a measured optimism from the former vice president when he addresses the crowd here. It is worth noting that what you are seeing is a drive-in event here, and this is characteristic Biden. This is what has really been the hallmark of his campaign and how he has chosen to run this campaign. Socially distant people now getting out of their cars, as you can see, but largely socially distant, and that is a part of his key message. He has run this campaign around the issue of fighting COVID-19, trying to make the case that he's the best candidate to fight COVID, saying that yes, we're going to get the economy back on track, but in order to do it, we have to address the virus.
So we gotta cut you off because we've got a big call to make. It's official now. NBC projects Florida goes to President Donald Trump. We've been watching this all night. We've been very careful, but this is going to go into the Trump column, an absolute must-win for him.
Look at the difference, 380,000 votes. Let me go back here and take you back very quickly to Miami-Dade, just to remind you where there was 300,000 votes 2 cycles ago. So as we see, the difference was that. Let's go. So Joe Biden won it by 83,000. Hillary Clinton won it by nearly 300,000. So you want to know where 200 of the 300,000 votes is? It's sitting in Miami-Dade County. So there's no doubt Miami-Dade County, even as he could feel good. He added, Osceola County, I think that's an addition in here, if I will. No, not quite a flip county, never mind that. But this Miami-Dade story is it may be a unicorn, it may be all those things, but as we've seen it with some Hispanic men as well in other states.
It's
This
really
Latino thing is an issue here for the Democrats. Look, it's interesting, and you wonder if Joe Biden doesn't improve with older white voters, that's kept him in this race. We'd be talking about, boy, Democrats really have to get their base out. And this was something that people were whispering about quite a bit. And this was the downside of doing a virtual campaign.
Well, I have to tell you, Casey, this is not something that was unremarked upon down in South Florida. There were folks who were Biden supporters sounding the alarm about this very issue. Interesting to see in Florida, Biden actually did win some of the swing districts. Pinellas County, for example, one of the swingiest counties in Florida. He prevailed there, but it's Miami-Dade that ultimately sunk his chances in Florida.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And I've neglected to mention that my grandparents live in Pinellas County, so you can drive down the street, wave down the I-4 corridor, and wave to Chuck's mom on their way by in Orlando. The issue with Latinos that's playing out, particularly in Florida, it's particularly acute there for all the reasons that we have talked about, and there's a couple House races down there too that Democrats might lose because of this problem. It is huge, and it was clearly something where they neglected to really pay attention and engage. And my sources are saying they would have had to do this potentially years ago. This is something that the Trump campaign has been working on for a long time. But we'll have to see if it plays out across the map.
We got to catch up right there. We want to live in this moment. This is Wilmington, Delaware. Joe Biden about to come out and address his supporters.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote, the mail-in vote, that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good.
I like that.
We believe one of the Nets has suggested we
That's a bad mama jama.
We're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, you're the gov. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, you'll know, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk in what's now really become a game of expectations, I think. We're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations as to where we're going next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters, talk about the timing of this and what led up to it.
Well, to some extent, this may have been strategic. Here you have Joe Biden, the first person to speak tonight, and his message was one of optimism, and he leaned into what he feels are going to be kickoff states. Arizona, he predicts he will ultimately carry, and he went on to say he believes they're on track to win the election. He's wrapping up now again, Lester. I wanted to give him a chance to finish what he was saying, but his message and his tone really underscoring, I think, the confidence that we've heard within the campaign throughout this day and throughout this evening. They ultimately feel as though their wall in the Midwest, their blue wall, will hold. And of course, if they can pick off Arizona, that would be a big prize for them. That would be an upset for President Trump.
Guy had a top hat.
That type of confidence reflected. What he also did was to prepare his supporters for the fact that there's going to be a path ahead, that some of these votes are still being counted. He said we might not know the results until tomorrow, and of course, it could be even after that. And so this was a way for the vice president to get out in front on the messaging. And remember, it does come against the backdrop of these reports, which the president did deny, but that he was thinking about potentially declaring victory tonight, no matter what the results showed. So this was potentially a way of preempting that, to strike a note of confidence, and to send that message to his supporters. They're still in this fight.
And Chuck, Mr. Biden also noted what he hopes is going to be a success in Arizona. He also mentioned Georgia.
Look, let me tell you what we're looking. Our models indicate we're waiting basically for a lot of Atlanta.
Still a lot of vote there.
A lot of vote in Atlanta, enough that our models right now, we would have it, if it goes the way we think it could go, maybe 1/10 of a percentage point will separate them when all the votes are counted. That's why we're not anywhere near calling it. We want to wait to see what this Atlanta number comes in. But Georgia's another one that we're going to sit here for a while.
Well, if you were wondering whether, now that we've heard from Vice President Joe Biden, we'll hear from President Trump. We've heard from him on Twitter, Hallie. He must have heard you saying that he hadn't been tweeting all night, but now he has tweeted. He says, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, there is absolutely no evidence that any votes were cast after the polls were closed. Here we go.
So, Savannah, here's what we know. The president is going to be making a statement at some point tonight. I got to tell you, I am not surprised at all to see it. This is the president who we know is extremely engaged in what he's seeing on television. And for him to see Joe Biden come out and make remarks in front of that crowd in Delaware, I would have been shocked if the president didn't come out and talk in front of his supporters.
I've just been curious because it's interesting that he says they're trying to steal the election. Does that suggest he doesn't think they're winning?
So I think that what we're going to hear from President Trump is something similar to what I think some folks had been concerned about might happen, and something that the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question. He has been saying repeatedly now that he wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd, or I guess in the morning hours of November 4th right now. We need to be really clear here, right? A full election results are not certified on election night ever, right? There has to be a process that goes through. We use this phrasing here on NBC News, all the networks do, that is very careful. We call them projected winners, right? Because that is what we are projecting. Nothing is sort of set in stone for usually, days after the election. Anyway, not in 2020, not just in 2016, but in any election, really. And this is something that I think Chuck and our team can speak more to. But the president has been very clear that he is concerned about what happens if, in fact, as the case is that we're in right now, the vote count stretches past tonight. Now, it is not surprising that the vote count is stretching past tonight. In fact, we have been talking about it for weeks. Why? Because of the coronavirus pandemic and because there is so much early vote that came in, so many ballots that were mailed in. That just takes a while to count. It takes longer to count. And there are rules in different states, about when you can start processing and counting those ballots. This is where I think a lot of folks expected us to be here at 12:50 in the morning, on election night or the morning of November 4th, I guess. I do think that it is going to be critical to put into context whatever we might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to it, right? Putting out claims that are not backed up, claims that are not verified. This is something we have seen from the president on Twitter before, to the point where the social media company has actually put warnings on some of the things that the president was saying because it was essentially misinformation and had the potential to be disinformation there. So I do think that there is going to be some sort of care and context that we're going to put in place around whatever the president says. I will say, and as we talked about it a little bit ago, there is real concern and I think anger inside the president's orbit about certain calls that have been made, not by our network, by other networks. There is a sense that perhaps some calls are being made too early. I'm specifically talking about, for example, Arizona. I would not be surprised to hear the president mention that when he does come out and address his supporters in the East Room. I think that the campaign is feeling better than they thought they were going to feel about states like Pennsylvania. You heard Joe Biden very definitively say that they thought they could win there.
But
I think the Trump campaign takes
All righty. We ain't gonna know no news till tomorrow. And oh my God, y'all let me go over. Why somebody? Oh man, I went over. This video ain't no good. We did this video for nothing. We gonna get hacked to death. All right, y'all. Let me get out of here. I got up at 12:40 a.m. yesterday, and it is 12:52 a.m. And I have given y'all 3 videos in one day. A mobile live, me riding up to the 7-Eleven. A mobile live of me going to vote, going to get my meds, and going to Family Dollar. And then we came back and I gave you an election show for 6 hours. So let me go get some sleep. I've been up for over 24 hours. 24 hours and 13 minutes. Let me go get some sleep. And I'll see y'all later on today. And who knows? Maybe when I wake up, we'll have a new president. Or we'll have the same old one. Either way. Life gonna be the same. Either way. Life gonna be the same. The sun's still gonna rise. Ain't nothing gonna change. Same old, same old. So alrighty, y'all. We did the hangouts. Not one person called in here. Not one. Y'all be ashamed of yourselves. Not one. We wasted hours on the day on hangout. Nobody called in. All right, Nia says good night. Gang, Russell, virtual hug. Right back at you, Nia. Let me just call you Nia Naya. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great one. Thanks for watching, y'all. I appreciate it. And I'll see y'all tomorrow or later on the day or however you want to do it. But I need to get some sleep. I've been up over 24 hours. I ain't trying to have no heart attack on live. So I'll see y'all. Thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace, everybody. We out.